der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nurburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
"24 hours around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The Nürburgring Langstrecke Series is back again for the fourth round of the championship on the more traditional shortened Grand Prix Strecke, so through the cut through, and also it means a shorter lap therefore, and as demonstrated by qualifying earlier today, sub 8-minute laps. In fact, we had two incredibly close timed laps earlier today to decide the front row. Obviously, we will run you through the dynamics of qualifying and indeed the 4-hour race that is ahead of us, which will be the 45th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen. Delighted that you can be with us on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. My name's Johnny Palmer. I think this might be my first NLS action of the year, joined by Peter Snowden, and you and I were down on the list for an earlier NLS this year, and it went and got cancelled, didn't it? Because of, I think, snow that was predicted. Probably midweek the cancellation came through.
Yeah, morning, Johnny. Yes,
Hello.
it was. It was the Wednesday it was predicted for, which was very odd because if you looked at the Nürburgring webcam at the time, it was absolutely beautiful and bright, and pit lane was bathed in sunshine. You were just like, what do they know that we don't? Well, obviously a forecast, and the weather's called it a forecast for that reason. And by Thursday, they were absolutely right to call it on Wednesday. Friday, it was covered in snow, and Saturday, it was never going to happen. So yes, this is your first NLS action of the year. This is NLS4, but the third race.
Yes, and we are going to have NLS2, aren't we?
Correct. At the end of the year, 5th of November, they had a slot at the end of the year. So NLS, they've used that slot now. So the one in March where it snowed, I'm just not sure how much better on the 5th of November the weather might be in the Eifel Mountains, but
yes.
We'll see. Watch this space, as they say.
It's an interesting season because we're in the meat of four, well, what should have been 4 4-hour races, actually now 3, as we'd have explained. The next round, which is the 9th of July, is going to be the first attempt, certainly in my recent memory, the race after that is the 12 hours. We've had regularly a 6-hour race through the course of the year, which will be the Rover 6 Stunden, the ADAC Ruhr Pokalrennen, and then after that, this 12-hour race, which is going to happen over the weekend of the 9th, 10th and 11th of September. You down for that one?
Of course, it's NLS. I'm not allowed to leave. Yes, I don't actually leave. I just stay in the studio. They just pull me out from under the desk.
Sounds logical. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you did experience the 24 hours of the Nürburgring a couple of weeks ago. That was at the end of May, wasn't it?
About 5 weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, okay. Because of Le Mans and Le Mans Test Day, It really feels like about 10 minutes ago that we were all at the Nürburgring enjoying a bit of schnitzel and a bit of bratwurst. Many people will have been doing that already this morning as well, around potentially some of the campsites. The viewing areas, I'm sure, at Brunchen, Flansgarten will be well populated by fans. And it is a beautiful day in the Eifel Mountain region, with the Nürburg Castle sitting at the top of a massive greenery. And a little earlier on today, qualifying got started with this huge collection of BMWs from the Cup 5 division, or rather these days the M240i class, and a Mercedes looking to try and sneak through as quickly as possible as well. The tricky thing about deciding when you're going to join the session, because really there is not a moment to lose. The Lion Speed Audi trying to make waves early on as well. We'll tell you about obviously the results of qualifying in a moment or two, but the defending champions in their BMW were out as well. An early spin for Porsche number 123, which is the Mühlner Motorsport car, and also one of the TCR Golfs with a tyre down on the Dottinger Ruhr. Nice little GT VW Golf that was nice, but it's rather an X-Golf, which the engine going wallop, it looks like, at turn 1. So an awful lot of work for the GT Tyres crew between sessions. You don't get a lot of downtime between qualifying and the race. And the Phoenix Audi looking to make space as well to get through the twisty stuff on the hats and back. But it was the story really between Audi and BMW. The 5 Audi finishing second in qualifying, but only by 22 thousandths of a second. Frank Stippler will be starting that car, and alongside him will be the marginally faster with a 754.472 BMW M4 GT3 from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Just the 2 drivers for each of those cars on the front row. Christian Krognes to start car number 34, and he'll be joined by Sami Matti Trogan later on, and you'll then also alongside it'll be Frank Stippler sharing with Vincent Kolb. Behind them, Mercedes and Audi, so Haupt Racing Team and the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix crew. The third row, Mercedes and Mercedes from Get Speed and Landgraf Motorsport. Another BMW M4, the sister Valkenhorst car, will start 7th alongside the Audi R8 of Lion Speed, the one I just mentioned. Actually, that was a 24, with the sister car 23 tucked in behind in 9th spot. And the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes car number 10, car number 2, will start 10th with Kari Schreiner and Peter Terting. We only, according to you, have, is it 15 SP9 cars, Peter Snowden, for this 4th NLS race of the year?
It is 15 for this one, and just a quick update on the number 9 Get Speed Audi there of Janine Schnoffner and Moritz Krantz. That car, whilst being up on 5th and qualifying, has been punished for overtaking under yellow, so it's going to start at the back of that SP9 group, that first batch. That'll go drop down to the back.
But not the back
no,
of the third group,
start group, yes.
Because that could be horrendous. You're going to start, if that happened 4 minutes down the road. But still, there'll be a lot of work for that team to do to inch their way forward. Remember, pit stops are a necessity in this race because it's 4 hours, and a GT3 car, modern-day GT3 car, can do about an hour on fuel. It, particularly the Dottinger Hoor, takes its punishment on fuel consumption because your throttle is wide open in that final and very short sector, which starts coming through Galgenkopf and heads all the way to the finish line through Tiergarten, and the final twist, the link road between the Dottinger Hoor and the main Grand Prix circuit. So cars will be fueling, well, they can normally make 8 laps, and particularly on this shortened Grand Prix track as well, with a green flag lap and a little bit of an out lap as well, because they will do a loop of the Grand Prix circuit before forming up on the dummy grid, then a full 16-kilometre lap, and then the race will start. So first stint's going to be about 7 laps, then 8 laps, then 8 laps, and we'll see how far they get. But the nice sort of tasty thing about strategy in this race is that if you decide to go short on your first stint, you get a nice short pit stop. On the other hand, if you do 8 laps, that means a good distance of the race is covered, but you need to spend longer in the pit lane because all these pit stops are timed and you can't breach that time.
Well, exactly. You've got that aggregator at the end, haven't we? We'll talk about it a little bit more later. But we saw it during the 24-hour, didn't we, Johnny, of people doing different strategies at the start of the race. TF Sport, notably, with the Aston Martin, sending out, I think it was Nicky Thiem to start doing a 5-lap stint in the 24-hour race, but trying to get that advantage early on. The same applies here. Obviously, it's 20 hours less considerably, but the same theory can apply of get a run in first, get it quick, and then use your time later. So the later they can pit, the less time they spend in the pits. But it's a risk early on. It worked for TF Sport right way through until good few hours into the race when unfortunately Nicky Thiem was again at the wheel. I think it was about its 5th or 6th stint. Well, late into the night certainly when it went off on oil, which just couldn't be helped. So it is down to strategy. It favours brave favours the fortune. We saw it again at the N24 here. Of Phoenix when that little bit of rain came in. We had a glorious 24-hour race of weather. The rain came in and Phoenix decided to go onto a hand-cut slick into semi to what I call an intermediate. No, it's not exactly. Just for that one stint. Get Speed didn't, and that basically they said it cost them the race. Phoenix called it right, they didn't. It can be that simple. One tyre choice for one stint in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it's bonkers, isn't it? But that's almost the nature of the Nurburgring, in that if you get a bit of weather creeping in, maybe at the lowest part of the circuit down at Breitscheid and Bergwerk, and you've got maybe 2 miles of the track, 3 kilometres, let's say, that's affected by rain, and then the rest of it's bone dry. What do? Which direction do you go? And it almost pays you to enter a few more cars in the race so that you can get readings from several points of the track all at one point, all at one time.
That's exactly the point. That normally on a track, they're much smaller. There's nothing like the Nordschleife for that in terms of its topography and how much of a lap it is. You'd expect to be able to read it across the circuit. What Gatsby did was they did exactly that. They went onto the slick on one car, but not on the other.
Yeah.
The thing was, it was effectively the wrong car they chose. So they used the other car to test it. It was the other side of the circuit, and they could have just put that handcut on the car that was on the tail. I think it was Adam Christodoulou in the car at the time. Just didn't work out, unfortunately. In fact, they said it cost them the race, but a bit different on a 4-hour. But there's the first, I would say the first hour and a half, 2 hours of this is the most important bit. You sort of settle down a little bit into the 3rd hour, and then the 4th hour it comes alive again. Can be the way these 4-hour Nürburgring NLS races pan out. We will find out very shortly.
There's a birthday card being given to Felix von der Laden, who... Who's obviously his birthday today. Now, Felix is a massive hit on YouTube. He's a streamer, I think is the correct terminology. So a huge amount of... Check you
out.
I know. Get down with the kids. Huge amount of followers on that well-known streaming service. Into the millions of subscribers. He maybe has got even more now because Felix von der Laden was at the wheel of that KTM at Schwedenkreuz that caught fire. And he was trying to get back on board that car during the 24 hours. Couldn't do. And the KTM was then driving itself down into the Fuchsrohre and turning left into the Armco, thankfully, rather than all the way down to Adenauer Forst. But talk about a man who was at his first...
He's 28 today.
There you go.
There you go.
Confirmed, yes. I was going to say, for his first Nürburgring 24 hours, it was actually his second, because he did it last year as well for Teichmann, again in a Cup X crossbow. But if you weren't already a hit on social media and on YouTube, that is a clip that will get you skyrocketing to the top of the figures, isn't it? What a scary moment.
Well, yourself, Joe, and I were covering that at the time, and it was, I all remember Joe's immortal words. Joe Bradley was out in covering IMSA for us this weekend, isn't he, for RSL?
Yes, on IMSA Radio, exactly. RS2.
And he said, we have we have a situation on track. And you jumped in with it. There's a car on fire. It's like,
and it hasn't got a driver.
Exactly. Slight point. And to see the car rolling down the track, driverless, at a fairly steep part was quite alarming. Mercifully, although it created more damage, it clipped the barrier on the right-hand side, turned itself left across the track and stopped the other side. Thank goodness. But that could have been... but rarely do you see a car on fire rolling into driverless.
So I'm sure...
But I think the problem there, actually, Johnny, is that the simpler thing is that a modern car, let's go back a few decades when I was doing this, you just push the car into gear. It's a physical gear lever. You push it into gear. When a driver's instinct at the start of the track with a car on fire is to want to get out of it, understandably, yeah? And you've got this paddle shift mechanism and buttons to press for neutral, so it probably just got it into neutral. You can't just reach back in and just shove a mechanical gear lever and put it into gear, so that was probably his issue. Just couldn't get in to get in gear.
Just horrendous. I mean, first of all, your priority is, like you say, getting out of the car, making sure your radio is detached, you're not connected to the car in any way. Then you think, right, the marshals are on this now, because they were.
Because they put the fire out, didn't they?
They did. And the car... But then the car starts rolling and the fire starts to gain more velocity again. And you're in a complete quandary there, a dilemma of, do I get back on board a burning car, or do I just watch this KTM that, we've been working hard to get to the front of the class just disappear down into the foxhole? A bizarre moment. And if you haven't visited it, it's very easily found on YouTube, probably, and maybe even directly from Felix von der Laden's own webpage. But he gets a birthday today, 28 years old, and I'm sure there were plenty of references to his last visit here to the Nürburgring Nordschleife on that car that was signed by many, many people. The grid is looking spectacularly now, with a number of spectators and fans and no doubt team guests heading towards their cars of choice. A TCR late in the day arriving on scene, which is the VW Golf. If you are an Aston Martin fan, I think, we can suggest, like the gentleman sitting alongside me, there are a couple of cars to be keeping an eye out for. Both
the only part of that question is gentlemen. Elevated my status. Thank you very much, Johnny.
If you drive an Aston Martin, you're a gentleman in my mind. Pro Sport Racing are the direction you'll need to go, with car 17, which is a GT3 Aston Martin, no less, for Maxime Dumoulin, Jean Gloria, and Nico Verdonk, who will always go well in that car. I'm sure he was out in qualifying earlier. 819.099 that has put it on the 12th row, and is joined by one of the many Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, that one from FK Performance Motorsport. But there is also an Aston Martin in SP10, which is effectively the GT4 category, for Guido Dumoulin and Emil Heyerdahl. So they'll drive the 176 car, excuse me, from 52nd position, and have Bill and Jim Cameron for company alongside them in their Cup 2 Porsche. Remember that the cars have qualified earlier, and they're displayed on my timing sheet according to lap time, but they are then split depending on which class they're in into the 3 separate groups. We'll have 3 different groups starting 2 minutes apart.
I've got those groups if you want them.
Yeah,
obviously,
excellent.
and the 3 of them there's red, yellow and black, as in the German flag, quite naturally, and 39, 44 and 38 cars in each group. The first group is the SP7s, 9s, 10s, 40s, 80s, SP Pro and Cup 2. The biggest element of that actually being the SP9 15 cars, as we said before. Cup 2 has the 14 cars in. Start Group 2, biggest number there is Cup 3 in that, with 14 starters. And VT2 front-wheel drive has the 10. VT2 plus, I love this, plus rear-wheel drive plus four-wheel drive. Is a whole class in own. And would you believe there are 9 entries in that class?
Excellent.
Yep. Cup 3 set's got 14. And the third group has 38 cars in, with the V4, 5, 6, VT3, SP3, 4 you just mentioned, and H4. And then the BMW M240i's and the M2 CS's.
And VT2, there's front and what's called VECA on the, I think it's VECA on the entry list, isn't there? Which determines basically front or rear wheel drive, which you can now enter into that class. The 112 Porsche working its way towards the front of the field, and car 112. We've got starting drivers already been issued to us, but that's a GT3 car, which is heading towards the front row. And
sorry, Johnny, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, the Müller Motorsport Porsche 123 is back out again, by the way. It did have that incident in qualifying. It had quite an accident in the 24 hours, and they've rebuilt that as well. They're getting very good at repairing that car. It is supported largely by Manthey as well, so there's a great support background for that car. Good to see it out.
Yeah, Müller Motorsport, despite having a very German-sounding name, are actually Belgian, and they're based just out the gate at Spa from Curve Paul Frere, what was old Stavelot.
That immortal word of Spa, Francorchamps.
Francorchamps.
That's the bit you need. Spa is okay. Spa is water or a hot tub. Francorchamps is racing.
Spa is where I go and buy my orange juice. But yeah, Spa-Francorchamps.
There's many things I've done at Spa, and it's not orange juice.
Okay.
Well, not one of them yet.
Francorchamps rather determines where I'm talking about, and yeah, this down from, I mean, I think within about a kilometre of the racetrack, Müller Motorsport are based. They run cars in all sorts of different championships, including in ACO rules racing as well, so prototypes, LMP2, LMP3, but no stranger to this place either. It's not a great distance, actually, if you were to drive from Spa to the Nurburgring. In fact, when we take the trip regularly for the 24 hours, you drive past the front door of Spa and get a great view of the paddock area to the left-hand side. So Patrick Assenheimer is again part of another NLS race. He's qualified in 6th place with teammates Julian Opotolos and Lucasandro Treffs. So they're in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, number 55, and we'll have Janine Schaffner and Moritz Krantz, as Snow's already mentioned, alongside in car number 9. And behind them, the second of the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs for Jörg Müller. Ben Tuck's in that car, the Brit, and Mario von Bohlen. So that's another SP9 Pro car. There is a Pro-Am that's done very well in qualifying. That is the number 9 Mercedes from Get Speed. Moritz Krantz no doubt did the time, which was a 7:58.394 to put it on the inside of the 55 car. So we've already...
But that's the one that's starting at the back of the starting grid.
Very good point. Sorry, yes, because of the issues from earlier on. And that was a yellow flag infringement, did you say?
Yeah, speeding. Yeah.
Speeding into a code, either code 120 or a code 60, which are issued when incidents happen. Now, whether it was related to the spin for the 123 Mullner Motorsport car, not sure. But the way the order that you find an incident is that initially there's a single waved yellow, then there's double waved yellows. That obviously prevents you from overtaking, but you could still close a gap on a car in front. Then you're into a code 120 and then a code 60, and you always have to adhere clearly to those speed limits that are implemented sort of on the fly, and sometimes they can be extended as well. So you have to have your eyes peeled, and you cannot necessarily rely on radio traffic from your team on the wall, because who knows where you might be on the track. You might be in one of those dips where the radio frequency just does not reach. Jörg Müller is sitting on the wall with one of his teammates alongside. So Müller is mentioned in the BMW and chatting away at the start of the race, looking relatively chilled ahead of getting on board his number 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport car. So Ben Tuck sitting just alongside, and Mario von Bohlen as well. SP9s then occupy certainly the first sheet of Zeit training, which took place earlier on. But one card to look out for at the head of the Cup 2 brigade will be the Team Mattol Racing offering. Cup 2 is a class entirely populated by Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and number 107 will start in 14th position. That is the Zimmermann Brake Parts sponsored Team Mattol car for Arne Hofmeister and Dorian Boccalacci. I haven't heard that name for a little while. Presumably Dorian's done a few NLSs this year. Cup X right up there as well with a similar lap time. 8:12s these are, so 8:12.1 for car 107, 8:12.714 for the KTM Crossbow from Cup X. Black Falcon's Cup 2 car is right behind for Paul Harkema and Tobias Müller. And then another Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow. So fascinating for me that both the KTM Crossbows at the front end of that class and the Cup 2 Porsches are able to produce very similar lap times. René Rast with a big grin on his face. Le Mans did not go to plan because he was involved in the incident that chucked the United Autosports LMP2 in the gravel at turn 1 of a 24-hour race.
Exactly.
Remember that?
Off turn 1 of a 24-hour race, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
I'm not about you, but I stood there with eyes almost popping out of my head, just thinking, it's the first corner.
I know.
Just how? Yeah, but not blaming porting any blame to anybody. Just,
well, we did
just
have to
not.
portion.
Oh yes, but at that point, just not what you expected to see.
Yeah, well, René was clearly deemed the man at fault because he had to sit in the pit lane for a minute later on in that stint. But it was a bizarre moment, actually a pincer movement for United Autosports between two WRT LMP2s. And when René Rast was trying to make space for a hard-charging Robert Kubica, who got the real killer getaway from the second row in P2, he came vaulting up on the right-hand side, and Rast thought, oh, make space for him, and then just seemingly drove into the side of poor Will Owen in the United Autosports car. Anyway, René Rast with a smile on his face again. That was several weeks ago, wasn't it? 2 weeks ago, Le Mans. Yep. And he will have entirely dispatched that from his mind and focused on the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix initiative with Kuba Gimasiak, who is a former champion in the Porsche Super Cup, the championship that supports the Formula One Grand Prix, or a lot of them. And that might be a bit of a dark horse for Audi. Gimasiak and René Rast, there is no doubting the pace of both of those cars. Only did 7 laps in qualifying earlier today, but they were again in the 750s, 755.609. So far, Snowy, there have been race wins in NLS for the Manthey Porsche at the start of the year when Michael Christensen was part of that lineup, and Fred Makovici. There was a third driver as well, but it wasn't Kevin Estra. I need to check back on that. And then there was also been a win for BMW in NLS, what turned out to be NLS4. So we haven't yet had victory for Audi, and we haven't yet had a victory for Mercedes, which could well happen today, but it is a BMW Audi front row, so it depends how strong Phoenix can be, obviously off the back of a very good result in the 24 hours. And I'll remind you, if you entirely missed that race, it was a victory in the end for Team Phoenix and their number 15 car. They actually crossed the line with a lead, a winning advantage of 55 seconds, but that was whittled down to just less than 30 because of a post-race penalty, and we had to wait an age to get the cars and the drivers onto the podium at the end of the Nürburgring 24 hours because of this doubt about a penalty, whether it was going to be issued or not. In the end, it was, but it fortunately for Phoenix did not affect the result. It sliced their advantage to 50%, but Kelvin van der Linde, Dries van Tor, Fred Vervies and Robin Freins were victorious for Audi again. That's something like 5 wins in the last 10 24 hours of the Nürburgring for Audi Sport Team Phoenix.
And the car now resplendent at Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend, exactly as it finished the race. I think they've actually lacquered it. It's all the filth and dirt and all that. Of course, like a proper racing car, it's got gaffer tape on the front on the air intakes. I was looking at it on Thursday and thinking, that's the car we were talking about.
Mega.
Lawrence Van Tor was the other driver in the Manthey Porsche at round 1.
Yes, Van Tor, who got all the headlines during the Nürburgring 24-hour weekend for the wrong reasons, as the Van Tors quite literally came to blows at the end of the Dottingerhoor. Amazingly, that was the car, from Dries's perspective, with the side-to-side contact, that went on to win the race. And you think about how, that sliding doors moment, it could so easily have been Dries in the wall as dramatically as Lawrence left the road, but he survived, and he brought the car in the end to the finish and to the top step of the podium.
And just been announced as one of the new drivers in the new 963 Porsche LMDH. So, obviously, move on. It's happened, it's done. He did that very public and very brave, I thought, statement, saying that it was entirely down to sibling rivalry, unprofessional, my mistake. We've been racing since karting, never given up. It was always going to get interesting. It wasn't trying to put two GT3 cars side by side into Tiergarten. It's always going to... Somebody's got to acquiesce at some point, and unfortunately neither did. And it was the merest of touches. And you said you couldn't have had a more dramatic result from that. That the last year's winner goes out in very dramatic style. Mercury just walked out of it. Testament to the strength of these cars these days. The other car goes on to win the race, and they're brothers. I mean, Hollywood couldn't write it any better, could they?
No, but I'm sure they've been in touch to acquire the rights for a future film on the Nürburgring 24 hours. Noticing that one of the two Pro Sport Aston Martins has been stranded in the pit lane and also very slow away, in fact not even moving.
The Lexus, isn't it?
The 345 Lexus LC from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Of course, the Lexus is the prestige arm, the prestige brand of Toyota, and Hiroki Ishiura, Takematsu Matsui and Tatsuya Kataoka are the three Japanese drivers that are due to be driving that. Some of those pronunciations were correct.
I'm in no position to argue.
But 345 entered into the SP Pro part of the race and due to start from 34th position. And stranded behind it, therefore, was that the RPM Racing Porsche, number 57, blue car from SP7. Not actually having the required turning circle. It was parked so close behind the back bumper and the tailpipes of the Lexus in front, it actually almost needed a reverse to be able to loop around. But apart from those issues, for the Aston number 176, which is stuck in the pit lane, and that is presumably an infringement from earlier on in the day, so it can't join until the rest of that start group are heading into turn and out of turn 1, and the Lexus that we hope will get going, everybody else was able to leave the grid correctly. That was the SP10 Aston Martin, which is the GT4 offering from Pro Sport Racing. The formation lap, the rolling lap, is underway then It is a beautiful day in the Eifel region for the 45th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen. And you're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer. And the second group, Startgruppe 2, is just now heading down the start-finish straight with 2 KTMs at the front of the field. So these are the 2 cars from Teichmann Racing, nose to tail right now. But at the end of their formation lap, they will need, of course, to be side by side as they whip across the line and begin their race. And timing do something very special to effectively subtract that 2 minutes, or make sure that the start of the race for those in Start Group 2 and Start Group 3 is timed from the point that they begin and head across the start-finish line. That means that there's some erroneous timing for the first lap or so, and then it all gets rectified very cleverly with the timekeepers.
Just checking penalties, John. I've got, I think I'm right on this, so correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm sure you will. The number 23, Line Speed by Car Collection Audi, is also got a penalty and starting either at the back of the start group, this first group, or even possibly pit lane start. That qualified in P9.
Okay. There's obviously been quite a lot happening in the qualifying session this morning.
Yes, 2 of our top 10 cars starting at the back.
Yeah. Not ideal, but the rules have to be enforced to, not only from a safety point of view, but also to send a message to everybody else how serious an offence it is. And we have, during N24s before, had ring licences stripped from drivers because infringements are so severe, or they're being repeated. And clearly the message isn't resonating with the drivers. You know, you get first punishment, and then in the next stint, the same mistake, the same error, the same speeding offence perhaps is done again.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly, it's frowned upon once, but if you become serial at it, then yeah, you need to get the message somehow, or go home and go and play something else.
Yes, you're told politely to do that, or maybe in some cases not so politely. Plenty of weaving happening then on the Grand Prix lap, the Grand Prix Strecke, for this middle of the 3 groups, including several BMWs, VW Scirocco in there as well, I noticed, which didn't take part in the 24 hours. It's nice to see. We used to have a whole class of Scirocco Rs, and there are 2 in this race, both from Matilda Racing, the Team Lavo car wash gang. So Felix Schumann is in 497 along with Michael Patz and Timo Hochwind. And then in 498, you got Timo Bert and Benjamin Cartery. So they are circulating now on the Grand Prix lap. And lap times for the Scirocco, actually there's quite a big difference between the fastest and the slowest. A 9:38.3 from car 497, and close to a 10-minute lap for the sister car at Matilda Racing. Different speeds going through turn 1, I noticed. The inside lane of Start Group 3 going quite a bit faster than the outside lane, where you really should be keeping formation as best as possible, although they're actually line astern right now. 4th in the line is the Hoffa Racing Bmw, which they have been multi-champions in the 24H series in the past. They brought their venerable M3 E46 GTR for Michael Kroll and Chantal and Alexander Prinz, the husband and wife duo. Chantal used to be a Kroll, but then married a Prinz. But still is racing after a fair period out, actually, concentrating quite rightly on family duties, but she's back again. And they did a 9:02.998, and car 605 qualifying as the 60th fastest car. But because of its class, which is H4, it will actually start in Group 3, Startgruppe 3. And now heading out of the little hairpin, which is used quite a lot through the course of the year. I know when the big truck racing meeting happens at the Nurburgring, European Truck Series meeting with a few others from around Europe. So the main European Championship together with some domestic ones. They run on that short circuit.
Der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistisch. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Coolspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle.
Because
Die AMG-Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell. Benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Stallkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen. Der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder in strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h. Und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll, wird eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. verlor.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Cars nearing the end of their formation lap. We are at 3 minutes to the hour and start Group 1 with the BMW from Valkenhorst Motorsport at the sharp end. Christian Krognes, the Norwegian driver, to start this car then. I did see a flag of Norway fluttering on the grid, so that's no doubt support for their starting driver. And the team, of course, very much German and have entered 3 BMW M4s. Relatively quiet at Moispat on the Dottinger Höhe for road-going traffic. There are plenty more cars actually on the racetrack and still getting some of that important weaving done to make sure that the tyres are up to temperature ahead of this, what is billed as the 4th race of the year, but is actually only the 3rd because of the cancellation of NLS2, or postponement more accurately. That will run at the end of the year. So to run you through the key runners and riders at the sharp end of the 45th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen. Number 34 BMW, Christian Krognes for Valkenhorst, starting alongside Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi for Scherer Sport Team Phoenix, the Nürburgring 24-hour winners. Then the first 3-pointed star for Haupt Racing Team, their AMG GT3. I didn't get a clock on the starting driver there. It'll be either Hubert Haupt or Lucas Stoltz, and we'll know that after the first couple of sectors of this opening lap. Car 6 starting 3rd, alongside the number 16 Audi, also from Scherer Sport Team Phoenix, for Kuba Gamaziak and René Rast. René looking very chilled at the start of the race. I would suggest it's not him in the car for the opening stint. Get Speed Mercedes starting 5th for car number 9 for Janine Schaffner and Moritz Krantz, but no, that car qualified 5th, but it'll start at the back of the group because of a free practice, or because of a qualifying infringement, speeding during one of the slowed areas. Landgraf Mercedes number 55 for Lucasandro Treffs, Patrick Assenheimer and Julian Apostolos. And then you've got 35 BMW M4, also in the SP Pro category, for Jörg Müller, Mario von Bohlen and Ben Tuck. 8th position for Lion Speed by Car Collection. They have a couple of Audi R8s, actually 8th and 9th, 24 sitting just ahead of 23. And completing the top 10, the number 2 Mercedes of Schnitzelarm Racing for Kari Schreiner and Peter Terting. Fantastic formation now for the leading group. They've been line astern for much of the 16-kilometre lap, but now are completely compressed and bunched up 2 by 2, heading through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, that little link road between the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix track. and needing, from the Audi's point of view and Frank Stippler, to be alongside but not fully alongside. Get your front wheels level with the rears of the BMW. Make sure you're not ahead at the starting line. The pace car diverts to the right, and already the racing has begun when the red lights are still on. They went 4 abreast there briefly as they hit the Grand Prix track, as if that line for the Grand Prix track was the start line, which it very definitely isn't. We are now racing, but the red lights were still on at that point, and I'm sure that's already a lot of work for race control to look back upon to see who was jumping the start. The Audi, though, from Phoenix, car number 5, is the leader. Amazing, there's a Mercedes up to second place. That's probably the Haupt Racing car number 6, and drawing level with it, the second Audi in the green and white from Phoenix, which is car 16, I reckon, with Kuba Gamaziak at the wheel. 34 BMW, though, finds itself all of a sudden down in 4th spot, and through no fault of Christian Krognes's, because he was waiting for the red lights to be extinguished. They did not go out, and he was getting swamped as they came onto the Grand Prix track, Peter Snowden.
Well, it's very misleading, those lights on the gantry there, because on the top right you've got a whole set of timed lights, the countdown in red as well, so you can actually be focused on that. And those aren't going to go out because that's the start of the race. It goes 4, 3:59, 3:58, etc. if it's a 4-hour race. So you might have been focusing on that, which is easy to do. But I wouldn't have thought somebody of Christian Krohn's caliber would fall for that trap. He's slightly experienced.
Yeah.
But he just didn't appear to go. And everybody just swamped him. And exactly as you were saying about the Audi being alongside.
Yeah.
He was in the right place. And all of a sudden, he was just engulfed, wasn't he?
It's rare for me, though, to see a race started at that point. Normally they have to be patient and work their way closer to the start line, because the finish line and the start line are in different places. The start line's further down the straight. And, yeah, it's a bizarre place to actually extinguish the lights there, because if you're further back in Tiergarten, you won't even know. You need to get more cars, in my experience, on the straight before the race is governed to be green. But we'll wait and see, because it's either the fault of Krognes for not going early enough, or everybody else's fault behind when he all of a sudden had one car on his right, 2 cars on his left, and thought, I better go here.
Well, 3 things. I'll be stunned if the race start isn't under investigation. 2, what can you do about that? Well, you can't restart the race. So 3, what you can do is penalties. So that's what's going to happen now. So those 3 together, there's a bit of algebra for you in a formula. So I would be amazed if there isn't some outcome from this. And that's not suggesting anybody's done anything wrong in particular, but it just, I'm sure that the Valkenhorst BMW was doing exactly the right thing and just got swamped.
Yeah. Well, as soon as the pace car diverts to the right and into the pit lane, it's then the pole sitter's job to dictate the pace until the red lights go out. I'd like to be able to describe that incident to you again, to make sure that I was focused on the right area of the gantry above the main straight. Down into the Fuchs Aurora we go, and into Adenauer Forst itself. Greenery, just perfection, left and right, as now the duo at the head of the order of start group 2 appear into Hohenrhein. These are the KTM crossbows that sit at the front of the field in Cup X, both the Teichmann Racing entries for Stefan Brodmerkel, Konstantin Scholl and Reinhard Koffler, joined by Felix van der Laden, celebrating a birthday today. And I see what you mean about the countdown, which is also red. So maybe I was focusing on the wrong bit of the gantry. It's still very early to start the race, though, as the KTMs are very cautious there not to make contact with one another, although looking on the left-hand side and around the Mercedes arena,
they tried very hard to, didn't they?
Make contact, yeah. The purple and white car on the left taking to the grass to maintain position, which it managed to do because the next couple of corners are left-handers. Schmickler Performance's car, number 969, which is one of the Manthey cars. Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol for Mauro Calamia, Ivan Giacomo and Kai Riemer in 969. The cars hurtling their way into the cut-through now, and up the other side towards the tricky left and right-handers beyond the Michael Schumacher S on the Grand Prix track. There is more scope for making a mistake, I suppose, on the Grand Prix lap, particularly on your opening lap, because there's runoff, there's grass, there's gravel, which obviously you don't want to go anywhere near, but at least it's not as punishing as the Armco barrier you then find from Hatzenbach onwards and down towards Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz. But the KTMs, really starting to show that, if anything, they don't belong in this group, because they are romping away first and second in Startgruppe 2 with a couple of Cup 2 Porsches desperately trying to hang on to their coattails. And a movement there a little further back from one of the touring car spec cars, VW Sirocco, going over the lip which separates Grand Prix track from Sabine Schmidt's curve, which was only named very recently as the link road again between Grand Prix track and Hatzenbach. Third group is underway. We're 5 minutes into the race overall, but all of the gang in the third of the starting groups finally get to start their race, 5 abreast at times through turn number 1. It's still a tricky right-hander, that, although not as difficult as the Haug Hook. 885 already in drama though, and has either been spun around or made a mistake on cold tyres. That is the ADAC Saxon entry, which is a BMW M2 CS for Dominic Fugel and Marcel Fugel. Everybody else in the background, though, heading around the banked Mercedes arena, including a little Renault Clio 456. Part of the third group is a Porsche Cayman from Team Young, KRS, Kaj Schubert and Lucas Daugard. And again, we've got cars on the grass, one romping the curb there, coming out of the cut through, the right-hander on the Grand Prix track, and heading now downhill towards the Vidal chicane for the first time. We're obviously keeping an eye on the race leaders as well, because that opening couple of laps is always fraught. It is the number 5 Audi that leads the way from the number 6 Mercedes still, and the 16 Audi that's slotted into third position, starting to stretch its legs a little bit on the pole-sitting car, Valkenhorst Motorsport. So Christian Krognes, during the lead-up to this race, will have been mentalising exactly what his approach to this opening lap was going to be, and that went straight out the window for that first run to the line. Intervention vehicle being called, I notice, from its little stowaway there at the edge of the Grand Prix track. So has there been drama already on this opening lap?
Not sure, John. I think I noticed that as well. I think it's going back around onto the off the GP loop, as it were, back into the pits. So probably just there for the start of the race. I think it's taken up a different position. I've done a quick sort of freeze frame and rewind on the start there, and it does look like the lights have gone out.
Okay,
but I absolutely agree with it. The lights. I wasn't sure about the lights, but that does look correct. But it does look early on the track. It looks a lot, I think that's what's caught us out.
Yeah.
That it looked like it was at the sort of finish line, not the start line. So nothing come up on official bulletins yet. We'll keep an eye on that and obviously keep everyone informed. But I think it may be clear and no investigation of that as it is.
Well, I mean, this is why these guys have paid the big bucks to race at the Nürburgring, because they know the little intricacies of when races can go live. But they got to literally that white line, which is the edge of the Grand Prix track, and boom, like the bomb burst went off. And now the pressure is on for race leader Frank Stippler down towards the first corner again. They've completed one lap. It's taken them a little over 9 minutes to do so, a little under 9 minutes to do so. And now it's side by side between Audi Team Phoenix's number 5 and the Mercedes of Haupt Racing Team. Lucas Stoltz quite possibly, and can the 6 car get the race lead? He's perfectly placed the Mercedes, but for the next corner, which is a right-hander, gives the Audi absolutely no space on the exit. There's a clang of wheel arches as well for your money. And the second of the Phoenix Audis thinks, well, I'm going to get stuck in here as well, and almost thought about plugging that gap into the cut-through hairpin. Robust stuff, but Mercedes now lead.
Yeah, perfectly fair from Lucas Stoltz. So he just, I think to coin a phrase, just opened the steering a little bit there and let the car run slightly wide and left Frank Stippler a choice. Either go through the dirt or acquiesce and join in second place. You've got to get the lead. Give it up, and that's what happened. So Lucas Stoltz, great run there. That's put the 2 Phoenix Audis line astern now, and of course the Valkenhorst pole-sitting BMW at the back of this tail now did, as you said, Johnny, drop back a little bit on one of those sectors, but using all the curb possible there, Christian Krohns trying to look down the inside of the third-placed Phoenix Audi, not quite making it there, but as it did spear off onto the Nürburgring itself, the Nordschleife through Sabine Schmidt's curve onto the Hatzenbach. So Valkenhorst looking not to lose out there, but that's given Lucas Stoltz a bit of a run there. He's got a 3, 4, 5 car gap already, Johnny.
Yeah, and he won't give up that opportunity, no doubt about it. So it is Stoltz, confirmed in the number 6 car. Kuba Gamasiak started the 16, the green and white machine. And Christian Krognes down to 4th position. Ben Tuck installed in the 35 Valkenhorst BMW, interestingly. So the young Brit given the opening stint there, car number 35. Julian Apostolos in the 55 car, running in 6th position. So he's there or thereabouts as well, as they motor their way through Flugplatz now and the tricky left-hander at Schwedenkreuz. There is a slow cut. Now, is that the intervention vehicle that I spotted that is being overtaken on the run into Schwedenkreuz? Yeah, it's got a light bar on the roof. So that's the Audi SUV. It was clearly called to some sort of incident, although we're checking the tracker. Oh, no, something has popped up.
Yeah, 497's off at Exmoor on the left-hand side. And I'll just find out what that is for you straight away. 497 is the Scirocco of Matilda Racing.
Yeah.
Team Lavo Car Wash, to give it its full title. This is the 497 from class VT2 front-wheel drive.
Okay, so that area affected by a speed limit, which the race leaders will obviously have to adhere to. They are not very far away from that, actually. Plunging downhill now through the double-hander at Metzgersfeld and Kallenhard. Versiphen, the tricky right-hander, to come next, and then Exmuller, which is where they will be greeted first of all by single-wave yellows, then into doubles, and then into the code 120. And that might be a chance for Christian Krognes, well, actually the Audis of Stippler and Gamasiak, to close that gap again. Because remember, no overtaking, but there's actually nothing to stop Stippler and Gamasiak gaining that ground. That's exactly what they're doing into Exmuller. A little bit later on the brakes, perhaps. And the teams may well have been able to radio forward to them, but the steady yellow is now being waved, and yet that gap completely goes.
That Scirocco is facing the wrong way on the track there, on the left-hand side, sorry, the right-hand side of the track. We saw it on the tracker, and you can now see it is facing the wrong way. It looks like some fairly heavy front-end damage there. There's liquid or something across the track, so that's going to take a little while to clear up. And of course, the next issue of that, Johnny, is a barrier repair. That's the bit. You can often clear a car really quite quickly. It's the barriers that are the issue.
Yeah.
So all that work done straight away on the first lap, and you've then got to wait for it.
So 2 intervention vehicles on the right, and yeah, you bang on about the damage on the front. There's also then another car in the barrier further round, which looked a bit Scirocco shaped maybe, but there's only 2 of them in the race. So, but it was one of the smaller cars.
Looked almost like a Clio to me, that did, potentially, just on a very quick passing through a drive-by viewing of it's a Clio. It was Nicole.
Well, unlike the N24, you are allowed to race Clio Cups in NLS, and there are 2, both in SP3. So I like that shout, Snowy, that it's perhaps a little Renault.
It's a Megane, it's 493.
Oh, Megane, okay, so you're right with the brand.
The Waldorf Performance Megane we saw on the grid, and that's in that same class. So they've come together from the same class, would you believe? VT2 front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So obviously well, I say obviously, it looks remarkably like they've come together. If not, one's avoided the other one's incident, which would be even more galling.
Indeed. And, well, as an example of how quickly things get, sleeves get rolled up at the front of the field, the same can be said for the middle order as well. And indeed, for those in start group 3, they waste absolutely no time at all. And with a VW Scirocco battling it out with a little Renault Clio, and presumably some contact or maybe some miscommunication has resulted in both cars, sadly, in the barrier. The Clio maybe looked drivable. It was parked up alongside the barrier, but I think it had made contact with it, so damage down the right-hand side, whereas there was quite a lot of steam being let loose from the Scirocco from the business end of the car, front engine, of course, front-wheel drive, as the class would suggest.
I may be wrong, but on that very quick bit of footage we did see of it going past that Clio, it did look like it potentially had some rear end damage. I just wonder if the two have connected. He slowed up for a reason, and the Golf's just sorry, the Scirocco just caught the back of it. You don't know. We don't know. I'm speculating, but from the little bit we see, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere at the moment.
That's all we can do at this stage. A reminder then about the VT2 class. There's certainly 2 layers of that, which is for front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. And to correct what I said earlier on, the German translation for rear-wheel drive being Heckentrieb, and Frontentrieb is front-wheel drive. So we had during N24 VT2 front and VT2 Hecker or Heckentrieb, but there's also now a class for four-wheel drive as well within that division. So they're opening it out to make it available to all sorts of different cars. Great to see. 1 or 2 sector times not coming through so far for the 2 Teichmann Racing KTMs, but I think that is again because of the glitchiness of the system. Because the KTMs, remember, started in the second group, it does take a while for the sectors to sync up in this opening phase of the race. Great sound in the background for car 102, which is the entry from Black Falcon. They have a Cup 2 Porsche, which actually leads the Cup 2 class right now, and round the outside there went the number 6 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. So has that been delayed? No, that's the race leader, isn't it? Catching the 102 Black Falcon car, of course. So Lukas Stolz is out front now and already catching the middle order traffic for Black Falcon and Team Identica, because Cup 2 Porsches, pretty sure, start in Group 2. Snowy will confirm that to me. But yeah, so they have already caught up with pretty much the race leader in start Group 2. And the black and white Haupt Racing Team Mercedes...
No, sorry, Cup 2 is going to start Group 1.
Start of Group 3, not Group 1.
No, Cup 2.
Yeah.
Start Group 1.
Interesting. So what put Lukas Stolz behind the Black Falcon car?
There's 14 of those in start Group 1.
Weird. Okay, anyway, well, the Black Falcon car, which was the race leader in Cup 2, I'm pretty sure still is, car 102, is now heading through the twisty stuff at the end of the Dottinger Hoop and over the line. And that car then still maintaining its class lead, I believe. Lukas Stolz, though, having just apparently lapped it. But I don't think Stolz has lost. Has he lost a load of ground? Let's just check. Car 6 we're waiting for at the end of lap 2. There is Stolz. And in second position, Frank Stippler in the Audi from Team Phoenix. Kuba Gamaziak in the green and white car. And then in fourth position still, Christian Krognes, not able to make any inroads to these 2 Audis that were fairly close to the BMW's pace in qualifying. But as mentioned, a very close qualifying session, separated by only 22 thousandths of a second between a BMW and the first of the 2 Audis. But so far, on full tanks, the Audi looking stronger than that BMW M4 from Valkenhorst. But the strongest car in this phase of the stint is the Mercedes. But it all depends on how it treats its tyres, I suppose, over near enough an hour-long stint. And, you know, has it got the speed in the setup to go quickly when the fuel load starts to burn off? That Mercedes about to head through Sabine Schmidt's curve, and the KTM crossbows are still together. They haven't really got anybody to race with elsewhere in start Group 2, but it's a KTM crossbow 1-2 currently in start Group 2 for Teichmann Racing, and the starting drivers are Volta and Scholl in those cars. And so far so good for the team that have been developing these little Austrian machines built in Graz in Austria to a GTX configuration these days. And Yves Volta is just ahead of the sister car that actually started ahead of it on the grid, but Konstantin Scholl has now fallen behind. But the KTMs have certainly got the measure on everybody else within their starting group as they head through Schwabenschwanz. How is that? How's that intervention problem going on at Exmuller? Still, I believe, in place, Snowy.
Yeah, absolutely, it's still there. We've still got 493, which is the Megane at the side of the track. I do believe the VW has been cleared. Yeah, I think the VW has been out of the way, so it's the Megane that's taking the time to pick up.
Here come the KTMs down the Dottinger Hoor, and this might as well be a private track day for the two GTX machines because they have absolutely nobody behind them. And there is an argument here, I think, Snowy, to put the KTMs in the first start group because, okay, they're not able to keep up the GT3s, but equally, those cars that started behind them are no match for these KTM crossbows. They almost need a kind of subgroup that sits between one and two.
Exactly, almost exactly what I was going to say. A start group 1.5.
Yeah, that would have been perfect. But what it means, I suppose, for Konstantin Scholl is that he can fully focus on the road in front and trying to get ahead of Yves Volter, who currently leads. So they're running in the reverse order from how they qualified, otherwise matching each other stride for stride. And remember, it was the pink and white car of Yves Volter who was on the grass a lap ago at the first corner of a 4-hour race to try and avoid that where possible.
Certainly trying them, wasn't he?
I liked it. It was
very Kevin Estre style, wasn't it? Pass on the grass.
Full on elbows out stuff, which is great to see. And 969 being the Schmickler Performance, Mauro Calamir, Ivan Jacoma and Kai Riemer car. Still reordering screens here to make sure that I can give you specific drivers at the wheel of these cars at any one point. Remember, you can get in touch as well at RSL_studio for anything that we've not spotted, questions that you might want to chuck into the mix at RSL_studio. And if you stick in the hashtag, as many are doing already, NLS4, that'll make them a little easier to find as well. Intervention 1 heading to Exmola with 3 hours and just less than 40 minutes left on the clock. Good afternoon to Rob Chalmers, who's talking about the 102 car, providing camera coverage, also carrying some front-end damage, he noticed, as well as the two in the barriers. Right, so car 102, and that might be the reason why it was quite a bit further down. Although I thought as that 102 came over the line, it was still leading its class. It's 13th and is the highest of the Cup 2 cars. So I reckon that'll be Tobias Müller. Let's just check. Car number 102, which is a Black Falcon Porsche, and started by Tobias Müller, sharing with Paul Harkema, and he has behind him Dorian Boccalacci, and also in the same class, the 112 car is currently in third in Cup 2, driven by Brook. So they are very close to one another, practically nose to tail, and will no doubt stay like that for the first hour or so. Remember, Porsche Cup cars sometimes are quicker through the air on the straight line stuff than a GT3 car, because Porsche Cup cars by definition don't have anywhere near as much downforce as the GT3 cars that have those extra winglets and the massive rear wing on the car, whereas Porsche Cup cars can sometimes be a match straight line speed down the Dottinger Hoor for the modern day GT3s. Number of Hyundais in this race as well, which what we've got, the 490, I say a number, there's actually only one, so I've already identified which car this is. It's got to be the 491, which is the i30N from Drukregelt und Wappler. I love some of these team names, by Mertens Motorsport. It's one of the MSC Adenauer run cars for Daniel Mertens and Kurt Struber, and is now just heading across the line.
I think you slowed down saying that just for fun, didn't you?
Yeah.
You enjoyed it so much. You're going to extract every ounce out of every syllable of that.
I needed to make sure all the letters were included and possibly in the right order as well.
Usually in the right order helps, doesn't it? Yes.
So whereas we have had in the past, well, at the N24 we had an Elantra TCR car, we had a few other Hyundais as well, but 491 is the only representative currently, and it is heading now through the twisty stuff of the Mercedes arena and down towards the Link Road on the Grand Prix track behind one of many white BMWs, fairly nondescript BMWs of the larger format. And now very busy at the sharp end of the order, because Team Phoenix are heading into Hohenrhein, into Tiergarten. I noticed that the BMW from Valkenhorst Motorsport has got between the two though. So the order now is Mercedes number 6 for Lukas Stolz, BMW 34 for Christian Krognes, beg pardon, 5 Audi for Stippler, then Krognes, who's gained the place on Kuba Gmasiak. So change in that third position for Norwegian driver Christian Krognes, now ahead of Paul Gmasiak, and the 55 car of Julian Apostolos running in 5th place ahead of Ben Tuck. And then you've got Vincent Cole in the 24 car. Meanwhile, 35 is Ben Tuck, running in 6th place, and is behind Julian Apostolos. Peter Terting has made a bit of progress from his starting position as well in car number 2. Remember, he began with Kari Schreiner as the co-driver in the Schnitzelarm car, as BMWs are overlapping in that U-bend on the Grand Prix track, heading towards the curbing through the fast left and right-handers on the Grand Prix track, and now downhill towards the very rapid right-hand kink at Hatzenbach-Bogen. Having to deal with all of this traffic from this point on, pretty much. And we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we get into the pit stop phase for the GT3 cars, because some may choose to pit after only 5 laps, which is the earliest point that you can make a stop. Some, though, should be able to continue to as many as 7 laps before needing to dive into the pit lane for fuel. That is from the perspective, though, of GT3s. Remember, if you're in a Porsche Cup car from Cup 2, and definitely the SP7s, they'll be able to go even further. And a few years ago, 2018, 2019, the SP7s were no stranger to leading at the end of 7 laps, in fact, because they could go onto an 8th or sometimes 9 lap stint, and therefore the greater fuel mileage gave them a bit of time in the sunshine before eventually the GT3s would switch the result around. Nose to tail between 2 similar shaped BMWs, so this is, I'm sure, for class honours. Looks like it's the 504 BMW, which is just ahead. So 504 is the 330i, running in this new class when you compare Nürburgring 24 to this weekend, in the VT2 rear-wheel drive and four-wheel drive have been combined into one division, and the Team Zorg Rennsport 504 with Bjorn Simon and Eduardo Gugane, together with Moren Gott, the Londoner, or at least running on a British licence, is battling away, and it is a stonking battle, this, with the yellow and green BMW tucked in behind, I reckon, from the same class. And if I'm clever here and work out where they started on the grid, is that likely to be, where's the next VT2 car tucked in behind, or indeed slightly in front of that? Still trying to identify that yellow and green BMW, which may not be from the same class, actually. Anyway, they're heading now down the hill towards Exmüller with a GT3 Porsche up ahead. Actually, this is further around the lap now into really a lot of the quick stuff through Kesselchen and Klostertal. Klostertal is that left-hander where the BMWs are practically only a car length apart from one another through that tricky left-hander, and now they'll have to shuffle over to the right-hand side in order to get the cars lined up for that little right-hand kink where they stay off the curb, but now this much more significant slowing as they pivot right and head up the hill towards the Caracciola carousel, that concreted section. And there is an Opel just ahead of them. That will be the Opel Astra, probably from the VT2 front-wheel drive division for Tobias Young and Andre Kern. More battling as well, a little further back through the left-hander at the carousel, and now climbing up the hill towards Hoffa Racing, which is the highest point of the circuit. And one or two thought about actually overlapping there through the uphill stretch. But to be honest, when you get to Hoffa Racing, it's really only single file stuff. The bravest of the brave might try and manoeuvre around the outside, but you've got that incline which is slowing the car and preventing really you getting a good run on the car up ahead. Now heading for Flansgarten, one of the really famous parts of the circuit where cars take off in the GT3 division. GT3 is clearly running with a lot of downforce, but even that, the downforce on a modern day GT3 car cannot sometimes keep all four wheels on the ground. So it's been a good start, Snowy, for the two Audis from Team Phoenix, but nobody at the moment is stopping this rampant pace from Lukas Stolz in the number 6 Mercedes. Christian Krognes will be pleased though, because he gave away 3 places at the start, it seems, and so far we haven't heard anything about that start being illegal. So I think you were right in your call that actually, you know, everyone that got away rapidly did so within legal boundaries. Krognes caught napping, but he has at least gained one of those spots back again.
Yeah, it does appear they went on the lights, just that the lights appeared to be earlier than expected. As we said, I think that's what completely threw us, and it appeared to throw Christian Krognes and the BMW as well, but work to do there. We had 121 entries for this race. I was just trying to work out why we've only got 117 on track when 2 cars have crashed at the Exmüller, and that's because 119 started the race. We had a 833, the Audi RS3 LMS, didn't actually qualify. That's car was the 833. So we had 119 starters. We've only got lost 2 so far. As Johnny said, interesting up at the front. BMW M4 GT3 has been basically the class of the field this year, one way or the other. Apart from the 24-hour race, where all 4 actually went out one way or the other. Had one running towards the end, but they had some issues. Very, very quick car, but just didn't seem to have the luck, I'd say, more than anything else during the 24-hour. We've got one in third moment. That's our pole-sitting car, Valkenhorst. Christian Krognes at the wheel of that. And as you say, Lukas Stolz in the Haupt Racing Mercedes, fantastic start there. Stippler in the Audi in second place. So we've got Mercedes, Audi, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, and the other BMW, Valkenhorst, one of number 35 entry in sixth place with Ben Tuck at the wheel of that.
More yellow flags, this time at Eschbach. So we'll try and do a bit of digging there to find out what the issue is. I have now, Snowy, sorted our timing out in front of us, so that has solved a big problem that we've had for the opening half an hour or so of the race.
I was doing it wrong, wasn't it? Finger trouble, sorry.
Operator error.
Operator error, yeah.
504 battling with 511. That was the car that I was desperately trying to work out its identity.
And you just said that, so I just say that, watching them go through turn 1. 504. He's in a drift championship coming through turn 1, gets on the gas, gets the back end kicks out, doesn't lift off, steers into it, drifts, leaves a couple number 11s, and again, I would say almost to the point that maybe 504's got a bit of an issue there, because he should not be losing the back end that consistently. Once is forgivable and understandable, but I think 504 there, no wonder he's under pressure from the other two. Now changes there, 870's got tucked into there as well. That's the more later 2 series, isn't it? 870, just got it and got past it as well. I think there's an issue with that 504 car.
It's driven by Moran Gott, and Christian Connert is in the yellow car, the 511. So did 511 get in front there? I was looking elsewhere, I have to say. Did the yellow BMW get ahead of the very wayward white car?
No, it's one of the 2 series that got in between.
Oh, you kidding?
Different number. Suddenly got in between, separated the pair of them.
So you got 504, 511, 510 that practically crossed the line all together. 510 driven by Manheller. So that is Marcel Manheller driving with Harold Bart this weekend in the Manheller Racing BMW F30. Change of lead. Yes, Frank Stippler's now ahead of Lukas Stolz. So where did he do that? The Team Phoenix Audi in the blue, red and white is now in front of, up until this point, our only race leader, Lukas Stolz. So has Stolz got caught in the traffic somewhere?
Yeah, but also we've got the Valkenhorst BMW in third place now, so where's the other Audi?
Well, he'd been in third for a lap or so, Krognes, and Gamaziak had slipped back to fourth.
Yeah, but where is it now? Long way back.
4 seconds. I think he did cross the line. But yes, again, because Krognes was able to make the pass, that's the issue, isn't it? You know, do you zig or zag sometimes? It's depending on which side of the knife you fall, because if the traffic doesn't treat you particularly well and you've lost a position, that gap is prized open sometimes for 5, 6, 7 seconds. It's not quite as bad as that for Kuba Gamaziak, but he isn't in the lead trio anymore, who were on the Hatzenbach and now have a slower BMW ahead of them. Yeah, so the yellow and blue BMW with the black roof having to make a bit of space for Frank Stippler, and almost didn't do that. They needed to go through, in fairness to the BMW driver, he had to go through Flugplatz at some point, and some feathering of the throttle required for Stippler certainly, and then for Christian Krognes behind.
I think feathering of the throttle is a very polite way of putting what probably went through his mind there, Frank Stippler's. The car you mentioned off at Esbach earlier is the 396, by the way. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman S from the V6 class. And that currently appears to be off at Marshall Post 162 at Esbach, as you pointed out, Johnny.
Okay.
There's a yellow for that at the moment on that part of the circuit, naturally.
And Eschbach, if you're not familiar with that part of the track, is between Wipperman and Brunchen. Yeah, so there are 2 affected areas on the lap currently. Stonking battle going on though in VT2 rear-wheel drive between at least 3 BMWs, possibly more, and Moran Gott under pressure, looking like maybe the tyres have gone on his BMW already. The leaders have reached this battle actually, so Frank Stippler will have to go on the right-hand side of car 504. 511 is already making space with Christian Krognes in his BMW having to go around the outside of Christian Connor there as they get to Bergwerk. It's very tight indeed. And the leaders, of course, wanting to get through with as little time lost as possible. But we've already focused on what is a class battle much further down the order, and it is no less fraught. You know, yes, they've got to keep an eye on their mirrors, but when you're driving a BMW, one of those middle order classes, you just want your class lead. You can very easily forget what's going on behind.
Well, exactly. You're racing your own race anyway, but you're also told, and very strict part of this ring license is, race your own race, do your own thing. Well, the last thing you want as a faster car approaching a slower car is that they do something strange or random. So you want them to just stick to their line and you will get round them. But the problem that Christian Krone's had there is you've got to then read that in a nanosecond of, coming out of the corner, what seems logical, I'll go to the right-hand side. Well, also the car in front needs to probably take a slightly different line, a bit more of the track, because he's got less aero than the GT3 car. So he takes a sort of sweeps across the right-hand side, and all of a sudden Christian Krones is alongside already, and it's I wouldn't say it was 2 wheels on the grass, but it kicked up a bit of dust, and you're just thinking, if he comes across any more, that's the thing. In a split second, it can suddenly change the face of the race for both cars as well.
Looks like now we've got some issues for the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche. Again, car 123. Now that is the car, remember, that had the off in qualifying earlier today, and it is headed for the pit lane with Nick Zalewski driving it currently, but that's far too early in my book to be pitting just for fuel in a Cup 2 car that can normally easily make 7 or sometimes 8 laps at the start of the race. We are working lap 5 currently for the race leaders, and indeed for Cup 2, because as Snowy's made the point, Cup 2 started in Group 1, so they all got away bang on midday, and Zalewski sadly is in the pits. I think he might have been there for some time actually as well. Well, pitting at the end of lap 4, but hasn't yet rejoined the race. Bear in mind we are over halfway around lap 5 now. Meanwhile, for Kuba Gamaziak's car, he is at that's the main carousel, so quite a long way back, isn't it, as we've established. 4.3 seconds behind Krognes, and 6, maybe even 7 seconds back now from Frank Stippler in the sister Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audi. And I wonder what his lap times are like or indeed sector times. 106.5 is fine, 104.3, that's on the pace, and 222 as well. So there's no issue with the speed of the 16 car. I don't think he's nursing a mechanical gremlin as such. Just got caught probably on the wrong side of the traffic. Stippler leads from Stolz, Frank Stippler, Lukas Stolz, Christian Krognes in the Valkenhorst Motorsport car. Audi first and fourth, therefore, with Kuba Gamaziak's machine in fourth spot, ahead of the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes of Julian Apostolos. And then it's Ben Tuck in the second of the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4's car number 35. 3 hours, 20 minutes to go. And there is an option for some cars to make a stop at the end of this lap. I wonder how many will decide to do that at the end of lap 5.
Well, the Müller Motorsport car has already boxed, but that's something else, isn't it?
I think so, because it still hasn't rejoined. So I think that's probably connected with the off in qualifying today. I don't know how hard it pranged the barriers, but it was certainly at 90 degrees to the direction of travel.
Yeah, but the footage we saw on the highlights there was quite a left rear damage, wasn't there? So I think that was where it ended up, but it had something else from, I'm guessing, the left-hand side of the track first and gone across.
Yeah. Well, they've obviously patched it up, and now it's got 45 minutes into, or 40 minutes into today's race. It's not quite behaving itself, so they've decided to pit that and maybe rejoin. They might call it a day. We'll have to wait and see, but it's unfortunate because that would have been one of the pace setters in Cup 2. Cup 2 is still led quite convincingly by Tobias Müller in the number 102 car from Black Falcon Team Identica, and we get to experience the wonderful sound in stereo of the flat 6 in the back of that car. Meanwhile, Porsche's nose to tail on the link road over the public road, and now onto Hatzenbach 969, which is the Manthey prepared Schmickler performance car. 969 is being driven by who? Let's just have a little look. 969 in Class Cup 3, and it's Mauro Calamia running in second position. So effectively he's chasing down 964, which is the class leader, and that's either Axel Friedhoff or Max Friedhoff. Unfortunately, my screen doesn't delineate between the two, but one of the Friedhoffs is definitely driving that, has to be, and leads Cup 3 in 33rd position.
More to the point, only 4.4 seconds behind him is Eichenberg in the Team Sorg Rennsport car, just literally number 345, just behind Eldenberg.
Yeah. It's a tight start. I mean, you know, we're only 45, 40, 43, 44 minutes into this race. I use all those numbers. 40-something. I use all those numbers. Concentrating on the lead battle, though, because the Team Phoenix Audi cannot shake the chasing Lukas Stolz Mercedes. More traffic to deal with, although it's quite a rapid car. It is not one of the Renault Megans, darting to the left-hand side to desperately try and stay out of the way of this definite lead trio now, and you cannot separate the top three. 3 different manufacturers as well, as the Mercedes tries to draw alongside the Audi as they kink left and onto the Hatzenbach itself. BMW might be in the best spot here if the two ahead of him take each other out.
Well, I thought Lukas Stolz there, we've said many a time that AMG Mercedes has that very aggressive and menacing grille behind it there. Well, Frank Stippler wouldn't have seen any of that. It was so close behind the Audi. I really did wonder where he was trying to go. Hatzenbach isn't normally a place to try and overtake. I'd have said, certainly going through onto Sabine Smith's curve onto the Nordschleife, trying to run around the outside there. But Lukas Stolz absolutely filling the mirrors of the Audi in front of him, which you said put Christian Krohn right in touch behind. The three have now sort of settled down, and they've had almost a moment of madness on the Hatzenbach there.
Helped by traffic, helped by the bunching effect, I reckon, of the Vidal chicane at the end of the Grand Prix track as well. And that really did bring all 3 cars, and isn't it great to have 3 different manufacturers involved as well? Shows the balance of performance is there or thereabouts. The only car that we haven't got in the mixture, for whatever reason, is Porsche. Because where's the highest placed Porsche? I mean, there isn't one in GT3. Now, that might be down to, you know, the lack of strong Porsche entries in SP9 this particular weekend, but you're looking down to 11th position and actually the leading Cup 2 car that can provide the fight for the famous German mark. But we've got 3 other very well-known car manufacturers from this part of the world pushing incredibly hard. The BMW desperately trying to get the KP8 shaved off there as it turned in at Adenauer Forst and down towards the left-hand, the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld. So this is NLS4 for season 2022, the 3rd race of the year, remember, all live to the flag on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've got a dogfight at the head of the order between Frank Schnippler, Lukas Stolz and Christian Krognes.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and this is NLS4 for 2022. It's the 45th edition of the RCM DMV Grenzlandrennen, and more pit stops taking place, this time after 6 laps completed of a 4-hour race. And these are key stops, to be honest, because in from 3rd and 4th positions, Christian Krognes in the Valkenhorst BMW M4 and the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audi, not of the race leader Frank Stippler, but of Kuba Gamaziak. And that makes perfect sense to me because Gamaziak needs to buy back some time. He's lost about 9 seconds. Well, actually, it was timed as 15 seconds to the race leader as he came into pit lane. So he needs to try and gather some of that time back again. Christian Krognes wasn't short of time. I mean, he was right with the leaders as he made his stop. But I think the game plan from Valkenhorst here is get the car in earlier, hopefully, than the leading duo. The pit stop can be shorter by, I think it's as much as 10 seconds, and then get the car back out again, hopefully ahead of the race leader, the Audi from Phoenix and the Mercedes from Haupt Racing Team. So this is going to be fascinating to see how it pans out. And that run to, well, out of the pit stops for cars 5 and 6, whether they can stay ahead of 34 or whether the Valkenhorst BMW can leapfrog them. Aston Martin, I noticed, from SP9 from the Pro Sport crew, and they are relatively new to running in SP9, the Pro Sport gang from Germany, with strong ties to Belgium, not least through Jean Gloria, but it is one of the Dumouriez actually driving 176. The other car has Nico Verdonk at the wheel, number 17, which is this car that we're talking about. Verdonk now heading through the quick chicane on the Grand Prix lap and round onto the hats and back. I like that paint scheme.
Very traditional, isn't it? Sort of British racing green and yellow. Very, I'm going to say Lotus Formula One colours, almost to the 60s, pre-advertising.
Yes.
So pre-1968.
And
long before your time, JP.
Just a little, yes.
No, long. Not little. Long time.
But I've heard about the 60s and what you all got up to, much of which can't be spoken about, but great time for motorsport, of course, as well. And Nico Verdonk, also a man of the 80s, like myself, is silver rated from Brussels and running in that very smartly turned out car 17 for Aston Martin. They have a GT3 and a GT4 do Pro Sport racing. Now there's barrier repairs taking place, I noticed, on the left-hand side on the approach to Brightside. So the Sirocco that we were talking about with the damage to the front has clearly gone into the barrier left, and then that has chucked it back across the road where it's eventually come to rest on the right.
That's what we saw that down. It's on that sort of gradient there. We saw that all that fluid coming out of the front of that car, and that's what's on the track there. The slippery surface, yellow and red striped flag being displayed there for that, but it's now clear.
There's also a massive quick dry and sand down on the road surface, so not doing anybody any favours if you catch that. The idea, of course, is to mop up the fluid that has been spilt, coolant, most of it, no doubt, from the broken radiator, but you're going to have to take it relatively gingerly through there, and particularly when we get back up to race pace. So as soon as the flatbed or the Unimog with its trailer of Armco bits disappears down the road, everyone now knows the scene and the fact that grip levels are going to be at a premium on the left and the right hand of the circuit, and you're going to have to thread the eye of the needle. Good to see that the 345 numbered Lexus did take the start, because this car, when start Group 1 was waved away, just did not move, Snowy.
No, it was just absolutely stationary there, wasn't it? We can't see why, but obviously how long it had to wait, I don't know. But it is out there. Very distinctive colours in black and white. It's, again, quite an old-fashioned colour scheme almost, isn't it?
And it's Hiroki Ishiura who is doing the driving there, 41-year-old from Tokyo.
I can't argue with him.
This guy, I tell you, is a bit of a demon because he's a former champion in Japanese Super Formula on 2 separate occasions, 2015 and 2017. So he is mightily quick. Great to have the Denso sponsorship on the side. It is a Gazoo Racing prepared car. So just like the hypercars at Le Mans a couple of weekends ago when they were running the GR010s, this is a Toyota Gazoo Racing prepared Lexus LC. Not strictly a car that runs to GT3 rules, so they put it in SP Pro, but it did an 8:36 this morning in qualifying. Now, bearing in mind GT3, absolute GT3 pace was quicker than 8 minutes, 7:54s they were doing. So it's a bit slower than that, but it's just great to have it. I mean, representing, you know, a fabulous part of the world, as in Japan, with its rich racing heritage, and wonderful to have 3 Japanese drivers doing the piloting of that car as well. So currently at the wheel, Hiroki Ishiura, Takamitsu Matsui's to come later, and Tatsuya Kataoka will be the 3rd driver. My attempts at those names much better now that I've had several attempts at them, because it was dreadful at the start of the race, so apologies to all involved. A very damaged car I noticed on the back of a flatbed there. That might have been the Sirocco that we were talking about.
Yeah, it was. It was the Matilda Racing Sirocco that went off at the beginning. Very heavy, lots of heavy front right damage on there, which would suggest, well, there's some barrier repairs going on.
And speaking of Toyotas, this is not a Gazoo Racing car, prepared car, but it is a GT86 Cup from Team Pit Lane, AMC Sankt Vit, with the driver simply known as Brody in inverted commas, suggesting that's not his real name, and also Bruno Barbaro, Jacques Deren and Olivier Mutchens. So again, a crew going with 4 drivers and needing to make sure that they pit at the right time to give all 4 drivers enough seat time, really, because they've all paid their money. They've all decided to commit their weekend to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So I'm sure they've made a little agreement to say we'll take an hour each, shall we? Even if the Toyota doesn't quite fit into those windows from a fuel perspective. Underneath the M-Power bridge is a Porsche Cayman 964 turning right at turn number 1. 964 is a 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport 982 iteration for Axel and Max Friedhoff. We've already spoken about those guys, actually. They are the Cup 3. They were the Cup 3 leaders. They are the Cup 3 leaders. Red, white and silver coloured car with not quite the fox tail of the Manta waving on the aerial, but there is something that has been attached prior to the race, which is flapping in the breeze, and it heads towards the cut-through hairpin on the Grand Prix track. We're not a million miles away from completing a quarter distance here, just 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and the first hour will be done, and the leaders
into the pits.
Yes, both of them. So bear in mind, we've already had the 34 car in from 3rd position. There was a driver change there as well, which we've not mentioned. So car 34 is now being driven by Sami Matti Trogan, taking over from Christian Cole Krognes. And they kept Kuba Gamaziak in the 16 Audi. So he was happy to stay on for another stint. That suggests to me that Gamaziak will do stint 2 and René Rast will do stints 3 and 4 to bring it home. Also in from 7th position, Peter Terting in the number 2 Mercedes of Schnitzelarm Racing. But this is an important part of the race, Noe, because if you pit at the end of 7 laps, your stop has to be longer, as per the regulations, than if you were to pit after 6 laps. So this is a real strong chance now for Sami Matti Trogan to at least take 2nd and possibly the race lead.
Very clever strategy. A good call. We did mention this earlier on, that even though it's we've been talking about the 24-hour race, because it's the last race we had here. This is only a 4-hour one. We've got one of the BMWs coming on. In fact, the number 1 car, that'll be the 325i, won't it? The Lyson at the wheel, that from the V4 category. That's the championship winning car from last year, with the front left completely devoid of tyre. It's most of it, well, there's a little bit on the inside, but also a big ring of that just spreaded itself and left itself right in the middle of the track just after the kink. Not what you want to find as you come down there. A piece of it went off to the left-hand side, but well, that's got it moved anyway. came and just run over it.
That looks to me that the bit that's just got run over to be more like inner wheel arch rather than tyre. It was more substantial and actually didn't deform like I would have expected rubber to have done. But I mean, even so, it has sort of swept it a little further off the racing line. It could still be caught by our race, well, not race leaders because they're in the pits, but I'm fascinated to know where Finnish driver Sami Matti Trogan is now. And looking out for car 34 and his location, has he made it onto the start-finish straight quite yet? No. So therefore, he may well be on the Dottinger Hoor with the other Lion Speed Audi in the pit stop as well.
So 9 out of the top 10 in the pits now. Couldn't get my tongue around that one. 9 to top 10.
And Tobias Muller in his Cup 2 Porsche might actually lead by this point. Car 102. Yellow flags being displayed now at Sabine Schmidt's curve.
It's a Toyota GT86, the number 288. The GT86 Cup. That's Geisel and Bauer. They've just had in the SP3 class. Now I thought it was just a spin going on to the Nordschleife that should be in Schmidt's curve, but actually they've got it turned round facing the right way now, Johnny. But it's now rolling back out of the way down the sort of almost go. I think what he's just done is got it out of the way while he gets it restarted and reset, which is quite a wise thing to do rather than intrude on the race. Double waved yellows there for the moment, then immediately into greens as they get the 288 numbered GT86 Toyota going. I got that right, didn't I?
Very good.
Wow.
And Sebastian Geisel.
I'll be doing Japanese names next.
Hey, the invitation's always there. Sebastian Geisel actually did very well there to keep his head and to just sort of collect his thoughts, find first gear and set off again. Not sure whether he was put there at Sabine Schmidt's curve, whether it was a mistake on his own, whether it was his error clashing with another car, but came to a halt basically right next to the old Grand Prix pit lane and the road that is used on the tourist laps. If you pay to go around the Nordschleife, you don't get access to the Grand Prix part of the track that we're using today. Instead, you turn right and use that link road where Sebastian Geisel ended up. But thankfully, it didn't appear that the car hit anything solid and can continue. Now, heading through Tiergarten is the 35 BMW, one of the early stoppers, which they decided to get that car in at the end of only lap 5. Over the line, we're still waiting for the first car through that has already made a pit stop. That's now jinking to the right. I think that was the 117 Porsche heading down pit lane. And Patrick Assenheimer in the 55 car being shown in third position in his Mercedes, but that car had made a stop as well. So we're looking out for the first car across the line, and I think that is Tobias Muller, amazingly enough. Frank Stippler looking a little warm, it has to be said, after an hour, or pretty much an hour's hard work behind the wheel of the number 5 Audi. He's handed that car over to Vincent Kolb now, his teammate, just the 2 drivers allocated to car 5 for SB9 Pro. And also in a good position here should be the 114 car for FK Performance Motorsport, only in the initial stages, I hasten to add, because the Cup 2 Porsches have such good fuel mileage. It'll be a while before they need to come into pit lane, and Nico Otto was put into Porsche number 114 for the opening stint. He'll be joined a little later on, or the car will be joined by Ben Bunagel, the Bonn-based driver for FK Performance Motorsport. Another crew deciding to tackle this event just with 2 drivers, but there are some cars out there with as many as 4. Ex-Muller, now the scene of, is that additional yellow flags, or is that just them adjusting the area that is affected by the barrier repair that continues? Yeah, Marshall Post 122 now has some yellow flags, so that is the exit of Ex-Muller.
Yeah, we had those very early in the race. We had 497 and 493, the McGann and the Schrocker graph there. It appears that, according to the ticker, 484, which is the Renault McGann of Rent to Drive racing entry, also from the VT2 front-wheel drive class, was involved in that collision with those other 2 anyway, but has continued. It seems like all 3 of them in the same class got together on if I'm not sure, it wasn't the first or second lap, to be honest, John. I think it might even be in the first lap.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's when obviously all the cars are very bunched together, and
very, very bunched together in their case.
Too heavily bunched together. But also everyone's thinking, I've got a moment to lose here. I want to get to the front of the field as quickly as possible, to safety, if you like, to sanctuary. But it didn't quite work out at Exmoor, which is a tricky part of the circuit. You're approaching downhill at a pace, needing to slow the speed, the fight against gravity, if nothing else, and the twisty nature of the circuit, needing to get it over to the left, then to the right, and between the barriers. And there's really only one racing line there, and if you get caught on the wrong side of another car and the car on your inside loses it, very easily take a couple of cars with it, and you're just in the wrong place at entirely the wrong time. The 144 Porsche is now heading through Hohenrhein and indicating to everybody around, treble 4 in fact it is, that it wants to peel off to the right, which it will do, and head for pit lane. So that is the car running third in the V5 division, one of many Adrenaline Motorsport Team Altsner Automotive Caymans. Adrenaline Motorsport are an arrive and drive company that prepare these cars for so many drivers in NLS Championship, but also the N24 as well. You don't own the car, that is always owned by Adrenaline, but they bring the things to the circuit, set them up for you, and literally you climb on board and do your race. It's a fantastic bit of business from Adrenaline, and everyone seems happy by it, because you don't have the issue of having, if you've got damage, for example, of trying to get the car in the trailer at the end of the day, because they'll do it all for you.
Basically just a hire car.
Effectively it is. Just a very expensive one.
Exactly, yes.
Or it could turn very expensive by the end of the event.
It depends what you do with it. It's just like a hire car in the real world, isn't it? It depends what you do with it. It's how you return it at the end of the contract, sir.
That's right. And I always pay close attention to the terms and conditions. Audi RS3 LMS.
Bedtime reading, isn't it?
Really? Each to their own. 833 is the Audi that did not qualify earlier today, interestingly. 0 laps completed for another Scherer Sport Audi. So this carrying the same sponsorship as the race leader overall. And 833, its paint scheme's not a million miles away actually from car number 5, but this is an RS3 LMS for Ben Leuchter, Christoph Brewer and Andreas Gulden. They are some big names when it comes to Nürburgring Nordschleife racing, particularly Benjamin Leuchter, and they shouldn't be as far down as that. Well, in fact, they've wasted no time at all in now leading the TCR class, so who needs qualifying, eh? 0 laps completed this morning, but they are out front in their division, which is exactly the target.
It never ceases to amaze me, this, that when qualifying comes up, we, as in motorsport people, put so much emphasis on it, drivers in particular, team principals, and we've got this fine-tuning, and it's all important to get it. And almost every time something like this happens, didn't even qualify.
Yeah.
Didn't qualify badly, did not qualify. DNQ, yeah? And how far are we into the race now? An hour and 10 minutes, and it's leading the class.
Yeah.
So it begs the question, I'm scared to say this almost, Johnny, why bother with qualifying? Especially fuel costs these days. I'm going to regret that one, aren't I?
Yeah.
I see Twitter's going to just light up now.
I do agree that effectively qualifying for a 24-hour race is pointless. However, if you qualify on the front row, you're out of all the trouble, theoretically. I mean, LMP2 battling
but equally,
at Le Mans,
if you don't qualify at all and start from the pit lane, you're out of trouble anyway.
You can be, yeah. I mean, there are some championships that unfortunately, when they say you've got to start from the pit lane, they also say you've got to start from a lap down as well, which, I mean, sometimes you're never going to recover that distance. More drama on the Dottinger Hoor.
Yeah, 484 McGann. Now, was that the one I mentioned a few minutes ago that had been involved in that original incident?
It is David Ackerman.
It is. That's the car that was involved in that first. I said that was involved in the two that went out, the McGann and the Scirocco that went out, that were 497 and 493 from the VT2 front-wheel drive class. This is the other car that was involved, that I said was still running, remarkably. Well, looks like it's, I can't say payback, because I don't know what his involvement was in that incident, but that's the the third one of this that has escaped so far. The other two ended up in the barriers. But it doesn't look like this one's done too well either.
No, limping home now down the Dottinger Hoor, but possibly when it reaches the pit lane, it'll be straight into retirement. A real shame that, because it's a beautifully turned out car, and they won't have got very far at all. The car I was mistaking for another Megane, I've just noticed, is the little Scooby, in fact. So this is the Subaru BRZ for Tim Schrick and Lucien Gavris, car 636. And running in the alternative fuels category. Now, this was not one of the 6 AT cars that we had at the Nürburgring 24. So whether that has been converted quite recently, the BRZ RR-AT, and the AT bit is, as I say, the alternative fueled part of the entry. It means that they don't fuel in the normal part of the pit lane. When you enter pit road, there's almost immediately a right-hand turn, which leads you into effectively a lay-by, which can house as many as 6 cars, and that is one of, I presume 6, because there's not a lot of space for any other AT cars, but it's going well, and good to have again a nice bit of variation in the field. Actually, that appears to be the only alternative fueled car this weekend, so plenty of space in the extra lay-by for them. And 636, where is that currently in the order? I mean, not really going for class honours, but looking for other cars to fight with. 51st position, and behind the second placed SP10 car, which is the 161. 161. We've got a number of SP10 cars, and that's a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 from Black Falcon Team Techstar. Nose to tail in Cup 2, with the 112 Porsche heading down to the tricky right-hander at the start of the lap, diving to the inside now, and I think we'll get the place. Yes, it will. So 104 looking to try and fend that overtake manoeuvre off, but couldn't quite manage it, and that is the dice for 5th and 6th places in Cup 2. Stursberg in the 104, Verimenko in the 112 car, and Verimenko getting the place, rapidly approaching the SP10 Aston Martin from Team Pro Sport Racing. But Verimenko with a nicely timed overtake there at the first corner, and Alexei charging on. Christopher Brook started that car, the 112 from Cup 2. And we've got Carsten Kramer still to come in the K. Kramer Racing prepared Porsche 911. And also from the same class, 113 diving into the pits, I notice. Cup 2 Porsche, very well subscribed, that division this weekend. And Bill and Jim Cameron's car into pit lane. That car earlier today qualified in 51st position. BMW nearing the end of the lap. Is there a bit of damage on the front right-hand corner of that car? No, I think it's just the way that the livery worked, actually, around the front of that machine. And Meixner needing to stay away from a GT3 Audi, which dive bombs the pit lane. We haven't actually mentioned, Snowy, that the strategy from Valkenhorst Motorsport and Sami Matti Trogan worked a treat, because it vaulted the 34 car ahead of Lukas Stoltz and Vincent Kolb. It's been all changed. They've headed across the line at the end of lap 8, and this is the new order. 34 BMW leading after it pitted after only 6 laps and took a shorter pit stop therefore, ahead of, amazingly, the Harkema driven Porsche Cup 2 car. And I think it's Paul Harkema, is it not? Let's just check. No, got the first name wrong there. Yeah, it is Paul Harkema, racing with Tobias Muller. So they got Muller out of that car and Harkema in. That will have dropped the Cup 2 car down the order. It's displayed in second on the timing right now, but that will alter when they complete lap 9. But I reckon the GT3 order is therefore Valkenhorst BMW 34, Audi Team Phoenix Kuba Gamaziak second, number 16, and they are now being chased by Lukas Stoltz and Vincent Kolb. So it is effectively flipped all the way around. Gamaziak, not quite, because he was fourth and he's now gone up to second rather than leading the race. But Trogan was third, or the 34 car was third. He's now first. And the former race leading Phoenix Audi dropping all the way down to fourth.
All change, and we're only just over an hour in.
Yeah.
Not quite, 2 hours 45 to go, 2 hours 44 to go. The quick update on the Müller Motorsport car. Thank you to Marcel Duke, one of the technicians on that team, explaining that they had a spin at Hohenrain chicane earlier on and went the tyre barrier back, which is where I'd seen that damage on it earlier, and then some scratches at the front where it ricocheted across onto the track, onto the other side of the track where we saw it on the qualifying highlights. That explains the damage to that car, and also we've just seen it leave the pits with a new black unpainted rear bumper unit, which is obviously one that replated after qualifying. But it's still out there, it's still going, which is important. It did have lots and lots of new panels in the 24-hour race, so they're quite used to rebuilding that car. You get to the point when you get to buy that car at some point, the next owner, whether it be later this year or next year or whenever it may be, just wonder how much of it is original. They say, it did the 24-hour, it did this NLS race, but how much of it did the roof panel? What's left of it?
Yeah, that's the big question. And a bit like Trigger's Broom, I suppose. Yeah, this is exactly the same car that we raced several weeks ago. Well, it's the same chassis, but every single body panel is brand new on top of it. A real fraught affair indeed, heading down the Dottinger Höhe now between a couple of Porsche Caymans. Still great to have, well, typical weather for late June, I suppose, in the Eifel region. But when you bear in mind that NLS2 could not happen at all because of heavy snowfall predicted, 505 BMW has now just come into pit lane, showing damage on the left-hand side with Philipp Schauter at the wheel of this car. Schauter has lost at least one door mirror and possibly the right-hand side one as well. Oh, 123's just arrived in the pit lane. So,
again? Just back again?
Yeah, but at least it's been out, because I feared that this car might be a retirement, but it was a lengthy first stop. Now, did they send it out just around the Grand Prix loop, or have...
Yeah, must have done,
okay.
time-wise, yeah.
So Torsten Young stays at the wheel. They're checking rear wheels and clearly whether the hub is still straight.
Well, that's where it had that damage in on the left rear there, where it was scraped.
Yeah, so I'm just going to check Young's sector times to see whether... Yeah, you're quite right. He's done an outlap on the Grand Prix circuit and back in again, and so that's a sensible decision for me, rather than just chucking him out on his own onto the hats and back and hoping he comes back again. By the looks of things,
it's a whole different thing when a team principal or number one says to you, just go and do a lap and check it. It's a bit different on the Nordschleife. You're like, do I have to?
You might not see me again today, or indeed this week.
Yes, mummy.
So that's the sensible thing. And now, they can do the checks, and assuming everything is okay, they can then continue that car in the race. Kuba Gamaziak is now leading, so he's got ahead of Finnish driver Sami Matti Trogan, and the 16 car for the first time in the green and white colours, kind of similar to alternative teams that have run Audis in the past, but no connection to the team Landgraf guys, who are now very much connected with Mercedes. In fact, this is the alternative paint scheme for Team Phoenix, carrying the Getbox sponsorship, and it heads through the fairly rapid left and right-handers on the Grand Prix track and down the hill towards the Vidal chicane. But Sami Matti Trogan not very far away, 1.6 seconds. At least he can still see the Audi, which will give him that extra shot in the arm.
I mentioned earlier that our Twitter feed would probably come alive after suggesting that what was the point in qualifying. I did say it slightly Machiavellian way, but Ian McCarthy, good to have you on board again, always a regular contributor to us at RSL_studio, has written in just saying that quality may not have had too much impact on the 24-hour, but it has indeed become a separate competition and TV spectacle, part of a racing weekend, just plain old extra track time, which is absolutely great to have on the North Side. Thank you, Ian, good to have you aboard, and look forward to hearing more from you throughout this remaining 2 hours 39 minutes.
Here's the order then after 9 laps. It's Kuba Gamaziak's Phoenix Audi, number 16, out front from the Sami Matti Trogan-driven 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Lukas Stolz is third in the 6 Mercedes. And remember, he led the early laps, so clearly there is pace in that car, run by Haupt Racing Team. Then it is Vincent Kolb in the second Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audi, having taken over from Frank Stippler in the first of the pit stops for that car. 55, driven by Patrick Assenheimer, is the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. The first of a couple of Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Audis. Number 24 has Patrick Fetzer now at the wheel. Then is the 2 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes for Bourne and Schreiner. So Carrie Schreiner's taking charge of car number 2, just behind teammate number 11. Janine Schaffner for Get Speed, running in 9th place for Pro-Am. And the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW number 35, now for Jörg Muller, running in 10th. But was it not Janine Schaffner's car, Snowy, that had to start at the back of Group 1? So Schaffner's done very well to get up to 9th place now from the rear of Startgruppe 1.
Yes, that's the car that was done for speeding. Yes, yeah. So qualified P5. It's the number 9 car to Get Speed, but actually started at the back of that grid.
9th place after an hour and 21 minutes is good going. Problem is, she's now staring at she's right with Carrie Schreiner, battling for 8th place, but the two of them 15 seconds adrift of the next car, which is in 7th position. So there is a bit of work to do, certainly to break into the top 6. The Pro Sport Aston Martin turning right on the Grand Prix track now, with one of the Dumoulins at the wheel, and Guido Dumoulin in the 176, so that must therefore be mean Maxime Dumoulin is driving the number 17 Aston Martin, and he started that car, so Jean Gloria still to come. As I say, strong Belgian connection. That's an all-Belgian lineup, in fact, in the German-run car for Pro Sport. And they're heading now through Sabine Schmidt's curve. Another car I noticed on a flatbed, taken presumably back to the paddock, as the quicker race cars that remain in the race go over the road bridge and back onto the Hatson back.
Well, that's the graveyard area for the cars, isn't it? Just there on the right-hand side there. That's the 961, one of the Caymans by the look of it, isn't it?
WNS Motorsport Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
Thought for you, Johnny, just 2.5 hours to go. Looking at the times, I'm going to ask you a question here. Best time, the qualifying times, 7:54 for the pole position car, the Valkenhorst BMW, and the first 9, I think it was, were covered by just under half a second in qualifying. Yet we're only down to 8:06.7 is the fastest lap of the race. Christian Kolb in the number 5 Audi, currently running in 4th position. They're 12 seconds off qualifying pace. That, to me, seems slower than normal. I'm not expecting them to doing sub-8s just quite at the moment, but I'm surprised it's 12 seconds. Thoughts? Or am I just creating...
No, I don't think you are. I think qualifying qualifying is clearly one thing, because you go out on very
of course
low fill tanks.
It's just a greater spread than I would have expected. 12 seconds.
Is that the balance of performance which is creeping in? And it is tricky to balance a car depending on what point of the weekend it is at, I suppose. You're looking to try and get similar speeds from a car over ideally an 8-lap stint. And the balance of performance is very carefully policed at this event. It's actually outside, I believe, global GT3 regulations. They kind of do their own thing.
They
do. But it's very tricky. Sometimes that after a couple of laps, they'll probably say, although they will never admit it publicly, we got this a bit wrong. But it's a notable difference. You've also got, I suppose, difference in straight driver pace, because there is a mixture of some platinum and gold racers in there. And I think Vincent Kolb will be the first to admit that generally he cannot go as quick as Frank Stippler.
You say that though, but just take our first cars on a snapshot of the timing screen as you look at it now. Kuba Maziak, 807. Matty Simon Trojan, 809. Lucas Stoltz, 806. Christian Kolb, 806. And these are all pro entries. Patrick Assenheimer, Landgraf Mercedes, 812.
But Assenheimer's a silver-rated driver, and sometimes that's just the difference.
I'm just surprised by the spread. To me, it's something that just stands out. It's more noticeable this race than it has been in the past. And I may be absolutely barking up the wrong tree, and it has been known before and recorded.
True.
So it's nothing new. No, you meant to hesitate there, not to agree quite so quickly.
Don't be so harsh on yourself.
I don't mind you agreeing, just the speed at which you agreed. That's the issue. Johnny Palmer for support. Thank you very much.
No, that was never going to happen. Up towards Hoa Act for the race leader, Kuba Gamaziak. This is lap 10. He only has a 1.6 second lead, or at least that was the way of things at the start of the lap. He is able to go through these sectors quite a bit faster than the guy behind, Sami Matti Trojan. And Lucas Stoltz, I would expect to be closing in. Yes, he is on Trojan at the moment. 3 seconds gained by the German on the Finn last time around. Kuba Gamaziak, a delight at this stage to have a clear road in front of him. Well, to an extent. There are cars a little further up the way, and perhaps on the Dottinger Hoor he would have appreciated a bit of a tow. Heading now towards Tiergarten with a McGann to loop by, and he's done that. So no issues as he reaches the end of the lap and streams across the line.
I think the 885 M2 BMW M2 CS Racing entry from ADAC Saxon entry, that's got going again. I think that's had an issue at it's an X-Muller now. I think it's back up to speed again. Just trying to pick out where it had its incident. It's had a flag for that before. Cleared. It's cleared now then.
Just over 2.5 hours still to go, and the green and white of Scherer Sport Team Phoenix now heading through the Grand Prix lap, and slower cars again to nip by. Just noticing that the fuel cap is waving in the breeze on the number 16 Audi as well. That's not going to be a massive issue because the actual locking system will have located fine, but the flat that then goes on top has detached itself, but it is at least held on by a thin strip of plastic, so that will just be rattling on the side of the car. Nothing more serious than that. As Kuba Gamaziak focuses on the road in front, has to deal with an intervention vehicle as well, which is just joining the track from the old Grand Prix pits, and as Snowy put it, the graveyard area where the heavily damaged cars end up at the end of the weekend. It was also quite a sight to behold at the end of the Nürburgring 24-hour event, to see every single car that survived the 24 hours parked up, something like 6 abreast in that area at the end of the race as well. That acting as parc fermé for all of the cars needed to be checked, clearly at the end of such an important event.
Second collision for the 885 BMW M2 CS from the class of exactly the same title. This is the ADAC Saxon run car. That's the one that had an issue a few months ago and had a second issue. This is the Fugel and Fugel car. It's had a contact with the its 871 counterpart, which is from exactly the same class, but that's the Adrenaline Motorsport car. So I think those two have come together at some point and had a bit of an incident. It's certainly taken out the 885 Fugel car.
Meanwhile, Jörg Müller in the 35 car from Valkenhorst works his way through the Mercedes arena for the 11th time, and behind him Janine Schaffner in the class-leading Pro-Am SP9 car. Paul Harkema still punching above Cup 2's weight, you would argue. That car has made a stop now, leading Cup 2 and 11th overall, and ahead in turn of the Dumoulin piloted car number 17, which is the Aston Martin, second of the Pro-Am cars, and just about to head back onto the Grand Prix lap, having negotiated the Dottinger Hoor. At certain spells of the race, Dottinger Hoor is absolutely flooded with cars, left, right and centre, and then in the case of Kuba Gamaziak not too long ago, he just had an open road in front of him, and that is just the luck of the draw, which is entirely associated with this race. Sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it very much goes against you, and in the case of the number 9 car, a little bit of a delay there for Janine Schaffner through the Vidal chicane, but nicely recovered from that. The gap at the head of the order is extending, as I thought it might, because Kuba Gamaziak, gold rated by the FIA, and certainly a master when it comes to Porsche racing in the past, but he made the alteration to Audi not too long ago. He actually had a significant time out away from motorsport, about 5 years. He'd raced in LMP2 for Greaves Motorsport on a couple of occasions, raced at, well, certainly at the Le Mans Test Day in 2016, and a couple of races for Greaves in their Ligier JSP2 as part of the European Le Mans Series in 2016 at Silverstone and at Imola, and that was pretty much the last we saw of Kuba Gamaziak before he then reappeared in a Valkenhorst BMW in the 2021 running of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He also raced for Conrad that year in NLS. So, I mean, this was a case of Kuba weighing up his options, really. Yeah, because last year he did NLS4 for Mercedes, he did NLS5 for Lamborghini and 6 for Conrad and their Huracan, and then finished the season last year in an Audi. So Gamaziak going, well, you know, I'll race for everyone here, but maybe struck up a bit of a deal with Phoenix by the end of the year, and that final Nürburgring run at NLS 9.
Of course, the advantage of that to another team is that you've had quite a bit of experience of other manufacturers and how teams run and how their cars drive. So it might appear to a driver initially that you're not getting any traction, no pun intended, anywhere with one team and getting consistency, but you are still getting drives. Then all of a sudden that one-by-one thing happens where it suddenly, if someone was arrive and drive, suddenly becomes an advantage where, well, actually they've got quite a bit of experience in the same category. How does that compare? How does that compare? And that drive becomes, basically, the stock goes up a little bit. Yeah. The Müller Motorsport car, by the way, the 123, has rejoined the race.
Good.
It did around the Nordschleife.
And it's now doing a full lap.
Sorry, did that lap on the Grand Prix, so it's now back out again and fully involved in the race. For now.
Yeah. I get the feeling that this is a little bit of a tentative run into the unknown to an extent, but 1, 2, 3 is now being driven by Marcel Hopper. So we had Nick Zalewski doing the stint where the problem struck, because Zalewski brought the car into the pits. They then put Torsten Young in it for one lap, and it was only a Grand Prix lap, so he was in it for less than a minute, quite probably, and then taken out of the car, and then now put Marcel Hopper in. But I would think that's probably because Torsten Young is likely to be the most experienced driver, quite possibly, in the Müller Motorsport car, so they put the gun driver in, say, Torsten, what do you think? Have we managed to repair this car sufficiently before we put Marcel in it?
Like I say, no pressure then, but normally, say, we mentioned this earlier, go and do a lap. Well, you can't do a lap of the Nordschleife, but he did a lap of the Grand Prix circuit. There's enough on there to tell, if you're that experienced, and you as you described the gun, then you'll know pretty well whether it's right or wrong. You don't need to go on the Nordschleife.
No.
So absolutely just a perfect example of teamwork there. Pop that pro driver in. What's it like? Yeah, it's okay, it's fine. Right, let's carry on.
So we keep our fingers crossed for all those involved with car 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Torsten's been racing at the Nürburgring for 7 years now, so he does rather know his way around this place. Started off with MSC Sinzig in a turbocharged Audi TT in the 2015 running of the race. We've had an hour and 35 minutes of it. Yes, an hour and 35 of this 4-hour race. And there is a bit of an issue now, which I'm sure you've mentioned at Brunchen, but it's extended all the way through Flansgarten as well. That's quite a long section to be affected by either speed limits. So there are 4 posts at least showing the code 60 warning boards, and then a secondary incident a little further around on the approach to Schwabenschwanz. So if you're in a position to pit right now, I can see 1 or 2 GT3 cars deciding to do that, but Kuba Gamaziak's not going to, because he pitted after 7 laps. So we're only now, well, just completed 11, so only 4 laps in to this current stint. But if that long section of yellow continues, I'm sure Team Phoenix are wondering whether they can make use of a pit stop after only 5 or 6 laps in this stint as well. The benefit, of course, is that you are coming in to do your stop and get the fuel in whilst a significant portion of the racetrack is under caution. It's a little bit like pitting during a safety car or a full course yellow. Your opponents on the racetrack can't go as quickly as they would like to, and you stand to benefit. We'll wait and see. That will be another 8 minutes or so before we get an answer to that. Phoenix well placed, and now nearly 10 seconds to the good. So that's an indication of how much more quickly Kuba Gamaziak's able to pedal around here compared to Sami-Matti Trojan. Trojan in the 8:40s, whereas Gamaziak's last tour 8:36.5. And Trojan has just gone across the line at the end of 11 laps. But interestingly, Lucas Stoltz lost even more time. So that suggests to me, Snowy, look at the difference here between Trojan's time and Lucas Stoltz's time. 19 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a code 60 that's come out between Trojan and Stoltz going through those areas. Because Stoltz had been chiseling about 4 or 5 seconds per lap out of Trojan's efforts. And you don't just lose 19 seconds through traffic. You know, something has clearly kicked in. So whether that's the extension of what's going on at Flansgarten or what, but all of a sudden Stoltz and Assenheimer and Kolb were paid for that big time.
I think that was car 112, which is the Kramer Racing GT3 Cup Porsche that stopped at Schwabenschwanz. It's now going again, but that would tie in exactly with that.
So has that all of a sudden turned it into, to some degree, a 2-horse race? Gamaziak and Trojan are still, to an extent, benefiting from that early pit stop where they gained something in the tune of 10 seconds because they pitted after only 6 laps, whereas the race leaders at the time came in after 7 and needed to spend longer in the pit lane. But that might be a stroke of genius from Team Phoenix and car number 16, and indeed the 34 car. And Lucas Stoltz must be thinking, what do I need to do here to try and take the time away from the Valkenhorst BMW? And he was doing that expertly well. You know, the best time from car number 6, Stoltz's mount, at 8:06.9, and the 34 BMW, even with a quicker driver on board, Christian Krognes, could only do an 8:09, so that's already a 3-second deficit. But then 19 seconds goes for a Burton on 1 single lap. Confirmation of the current standings then after 11 laps. 16 Audi from Team Phoenix leading the way by almost 10 seconds over the Valkenhorst BMW M4 GT3 of Sami-Matti Trojan. Then it's the 6 Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz, heavily delayed in that either initiated or extended code 60 on the lap that he was on going through. You know, it literally was put out as he arrived on the scene. The 55 Mercedes also delayed, being driven by Patrick Assenheimer. That is 4th, ahead of Vincent Kolb's Phoenix Audi, number 5. The 24 Audi of Lion Speed with Fetzer at the wheel. Then it is the 11 car of, that's the 11 car being another BMW. Double check on that. No, Mercedes, beg your pardon. So 11 car is the Mercedes for driver Born, and then it is the BMW M4 of Jörg Müller, also for Valkenhorst Motorsport. And a 3-way dice over the line now for Cup 2 honours, not for the lead battle, but that's the 112 Porsche in the red and black colours, battling with 104, so it's Verimenko, Stursberg And is that Brunagler on the tail? Yeah, it is. 1-1-4 as well. And this will be for 3rd, 4th and 5th places in Cup 2. Proper getting your elbows out stuff. Brunagel looks for a way up the inside of Verimenko in the red and black car, and around the outside goes Mike Stursberg. 3 abreast. How close do you want it? Brunagel thought about it on the inside of the run, that short run from the Mercedes arena to the cut-through loop. And Brunagel does get a place on Stursberg, so he now plugs the gap in the orange and silver car. This is what I love about this race. Yes, we're focused on GT3, but what about this? In the brand new spec of Porsche Cup cars, Cup 2 is really turning on the style to decide the final step on the podium in this brand new class. Flashing of the lights now from Brunagel. Confirmation that is car 102, Paul Harkema, that leads the division in the Black Falcon team identity car. And Team Mattol's Hofmeister is in second, but it's 3rd, 4th and 5th where we're putting our focus. They'll have to go around the outside of a Toyota GT86 next.
As they're approaching the Nordschleife onto Sabine Schmidt's curve, not the place you want to be doing that. You couldn't get closer. Those two absolutely brilliant races. That's 102, 107 and 112. Running line astern there. New class, you said, Johnny, GT3 Cup, and I just wish we'd been able to see that continue. We've got this lovely view at the moment going across the Eiffel Mountains of the Nordschleife to our right. I wanted to see those 3 GT3 Cup cars duking it out down the Hatzenbach, because if ever there was a part of the circuit, so many parts of the circuit you can call a roller coaster, but the Hatzenbach to me is always that initial bit, that initial phase. You come off the Grand Prix circuit, you swing that huge 180-degree hairpin back, now named after Sabine Schmitz, onto there. There is no room for error on the right-hand side there. There is a white line and there's a barrier. That's it. There might be a tiny bit of tarmac, but it's so tiny, off the white line bit of paint. That's it. And then you're onto the Hatzenbach, and it just sets you up for what is the rest of that Nordschleife lap. And I so wanted to see those cars doing that. We've got one of the M2s that's just lost a very strange, a bit of almost a small sliver, but a full. I think that's the wheel. That's the rim. So the front left. This is the 870 car. It's an M2 certainly. Its front left wheel locked up completely. I thought it was a tiny bit of tyre came off there, but it wasn't. It's actually lost the circumference of the rim, if you like, not the spokes of the wheel. The rest of it's still on there, but so obviously something's locked up there brake-wise on that. Just going to check which exact car. There's 870, what I think I saw on the door as it went by. If so, that would be the C2 CS Racing Adrenaline Motorsport car again, in different colours than I've got. That's the alternate automotive version of Yannick Grasner, David Lidsley. Not quite sure at the wheel of that. It's got a new colour scheme. Normally Adrenaline Motorsport have been running traditionally in sort of what we might say is a famous oil colours of blue and orange. I won't say anything else. I'll let you say that, Johnny, because you're lead. You can get away with that. You're on a better pay grade than me. You're allowed to say those things.
That doesn't necessarily suggest the gulf in class, though. See what I did there?
Absolutely. I was going to go with void, but I like you did, yeah.
Well, no, that word was kind of crucial to the paint scheme that you're talking about. Okay, fine. I won't draw any more attention to it. I'd never actually made that connection. It's like sky blue and orange, isn't it? And that, like you say, the old colour scheme for Adrenaline Motorsport, but they have revised that for season 2022. The 511 BMW looking to slot by a Cayman, or indeed allow the Cayman through, and can do so on the exit of Hohenheim. And that was interesting to me on the real twisty stuff. The BMW looked to have the measure on the faster Cayman down the straights. Again, balance of performance coming into the equation. Great lap from race leader Kuba Gamaziak, the fastest so far. So on tour 12 of this race, an 8 minutes .293.
See, well, I was telling you, now we're talking.
And Lucas Stoltz goes even quicker, 7:59.711. So clearly we are completely back to green now on the run through Flansgarten and on, Brunchen, Flansgarten and Schwalben-Schwanz as well. This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden giving you live coverage of NLS4.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
The Cup 2 battle, which is for the brand new 992 generation Porsches, really putting on a great showing here, and we are delighting in the fact that the Brunagel car, which is running in 5th position in Cup 2, is chasing down Alexei Verimenko, and they are 3rd and 4th. So Verimenko 3rd, Brunagel 4th. Mike Stursberg has either romped away into the distance in car 104 or he is behind this duo. It's been a little while whilst we were dealing with other scraps at the head of the order, so we edged away from this battle for a short period of time and now are back with it. But it's the red and black car, definitely, of Alexei Veremenko ahead of the orange and white car of number 114, Brunagel. Third and fourth in Cup 2. And will they elect to perhaps work a little bit together now in an attempt to catch up with Arne Hofmeister, who is in second place in car 107 within Cup 2. Over some of the painted areas of the racetrack where fans have left their own private messages here, there and everywhere, hoping that the camera picks those up. Hello, Mum. Probably not. And down towards the blue and white Mulner car, so Mulner type colours. That is the 400. Yeah, my eyes don't deceive me.
You're right.
And no, it's a Schmickler car. I always get those two mixed up. Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol for Albert Egbert and Thomas and Christian Heukemeyer are the two drivers from the Bad Ems area of Germany, or Bad Ems. So these two Cup 2s descending towards Exmuller, and earlier on, a massively affected portion of the track by Armco barriers. Teams put into early work in the race to repair several layers of damaged metalwork on the left-hand side, but thankfully they vacated that scene a good while ago now. Past the second entry road for tourist laps at Breitscheid, and this is where the really quick stuff now unfolds in front of these two drivers, and they can get the pedal well and truly to the floor. Well, they would have been able to had they not had to negotiate a slower car, which might be the Subaru BRZ, that to be confirmed. Meanwhile, in the lead of Cup 2, it's the 102 car, and that's the glorious sound of it through the gears, coming out of the concreted section at the carousel, and now up the hill towards Hoher Acht. And a splendid job being done so far by car 102, being driven by Paul Harkema, and keeping the Hofmeister-driven car 107 at more than an arm's length, because there's actually a cushion of the Dumoulin-driven 17 Aston Martin tucked in behind. So car 17, which is a GT3 entry, running in 13th position overall, with Maxime Dumoulin at the wheel. Jean Gloria and Nico Verdonk. Well, Nico did the opening stint, Maxime on board now for this one. Jean Gloria may well do stint 3, and then Nico Verdonk, I would have thought, will be strapped on board for the final stint to the flag for that Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing.
You mentioned the Scooby earlier on, the 636 car. That's just stopped on the side of the track just before Flansgarden, which is a yellow for the moment. It's not got into a code at the moment, Johnny. I'm suspecting it's just stopped and therefore be able to roll in behind the barrier out of safety, out of the way, sorry, into safety, out of the way, get the right way around. But it's just there at the moment, and I think it's gone green now again. Now it has indeed, just as I said. So yeah, they've got it behind the wall as I was talking.
Good.
But the Scooby is now, that one is out of the race. So into the pits is Muller in from 8th from the 35 Vulcan horse car, which actually dropped off next to 7th at the moment. And of course, we just had the other Vulcan horse car, which just left the pits as well, with Christian Krohn back at the wheel. Yeah,
now was that a full stop for what was actually Sami Matti Trogan bringing the car in and handing back? Okay, so yeah, that should be a full stop. There's still this doubt about Assenheimer's pit stop, though, and it isn't actually displayed in my final column now as a legitimate pit stop, but he certainly lost 20 seconds at the start of the previous lap. The run through the Grand Prix lap this time for Patrick Assenheimer seems absolutely fine in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. He did lose a spot, though, to Vincent Kolb, which was my fear, and Miklas Born was about a minute back actually in the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, number 11. So Jörg Müller brings the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW in. That might be the end of the stint for Jörg Müller. And he will potentially hand over to one of 3 teammates in BMW 35. Remember, Ben Tuck started that car, and we've still got Mario von Bohlen to come. And I would imagine von Bohlen, well, certainly won't be able to display the same pace as Jörg Müller. Mario von Bohlen is silver rated and started racing only in 2020 on the Nürburgring. He did 3 NLS races 2 years ago, and the mighty 24 hours for Valkenhorst Motorsport in an SP9 BMW.
We've got the number 24 line speed by Car Collection Audi, travelling very, very slowly on the Dottinger Hoa, struggling to make it on the almost uphill bit towards the kink there. It's now mostly downhill the next bit, which is reassuring, but of course then it goes uphill again towards Tiergarten. So this is the car that's got, obviously number 24 has Fetzer at the wheel, doesn't it?
Dennis Fetzer.
Dennis Fetzer, which was running 16th, wasn't it, the number 24 entry, which started P8.
Yeah.
They got the 4th row of the grid, so that car struggling. It has made its way up through Tiergarten, I think now, or must be getting very close to it. It's out of our sight. East has arrived, and it's obviously going to dive into the pits now. So what's wrong with that car? We'll try and find out in a few minutes.
That's a strange one, because I think all the tyres are inflated.
Yep. Doesn't look to be any damage to it. It all looks square. Right-hand indicator works. So that's good. Time to do that. Let's go into the pits.
It's just a lot slower than we would have expected for GT3 pace. So Car Collection out into, well, careful not to be in the fast lane itself.
And you say that's just on an 8:22 as its lap in. That can't be right, surely.
The word Coventry stamped on the front of that Audi as well. I didn't realise the Four Rings had a connection with the city in the West Midlands, but I don't think it's the same one somehow. Marco Seifried's name is on that car too, but I'm pretty sure he's not on driving duty this weekend.
Well, driver change taking place.
Yeah. So, who do we say? It's Dennis Fetzer must be handing over to Patrick Kolb, because they're the only 2 drivers on duty this weekend for Car Collection and for Lion Speed, more specifically. Both of their cars, 24 and 23, qualifying really well. 24 marginally faster by only half a second than the sister car for Leon Kohler, Lorenzo Rocco and Jörg Fiebarn.
You didn't finish it?
No, because he's down on the entry list as simply Lorenzo Rocco. Go on.
But the Toro Padula is the best bit.
Lorenzo Rocco di Toro Padula. Fantastic. But
in honour of Bruce.
Yeah, very good. Bruce Jones, who's on duty elsewhere this weekend, but I'm sure, I think almost certainly will be back on NLS duty for the 5th race of the season in July, which is the 6 hours. And then, at the start of September, the 9th, 10th and 11th of September, it's the 12 hours for NLS, will be NLS 6, won't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether they've ever done a 12-hour race before.
No.
It's the first time,
is it? First time, yeah.
So, yeah, that's breaking new ground for NLS, as they always try and do. Really good fight within Cup 3, which again is a one-make Porsche category, but this time for the 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the 982 iteration of that. 964 and 952 only seconds apart, and you can lump 950 in as well.
964, it's a 718, it's a 962. What is it? It's a Porsche.
It is. And yeah, the race numbers, the door numbers, unfortunately, although probably deliberately, are also Porsche generation or Porsche model numbers as well. Like,
yeah, in 6th place, there's a 944.
Or 944, I think is the correct termination.
Tomato.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you. Anyway, down the hill towards the really fast stuff goes the scrap then in the Cup 3 part of the race. Just trying to get some driver names involved with this as well. So 950 we say, leads the class. No, is third, with the race lead then in the hands of the Friedhofs, 964. Then you've got 952, which is currently being driven by Francesco Merlini. And then the 950 car that I've mentioned with Schmickler at the wheel. So that is Stefan Schmickler in the Schmickler performance car. So he will be of the Schmickler family that run that those initiatives, and several Porsches, in fact, from that crew in the race today. Horst Baumann sharing the 950 with Stefan. And I think Horst started the car, handed over to Stefan Schmickler at the first pit stop.
Lucas Stoltz, before deciding to pop into the pits, as Kubica Maziak has as well, just decided to set his fastest lap of the race and just popped in a 7:57.172.
Yeah. Well, briefly, the fastest lap was in the hands of Gamaziak. He was down in the 7:59s, but the last lap around was an 8:08 because that was his in lap. So lap 13 was very good indeed from the pole. But now, as you say, a full 2 and a bit seconds faster for Lucas Stoltz.
Nearly 3.
And what was the pole time?
7:54.
Okay, so we haven't quite got down to that.
Only 3 seconds off it, though.
Yeah, and in race trim, that's mightily impressive. Now, Lucas Stoltz did the maximum 7 laps to kick off the race. He could go on to a 15th lap here if they wanted to in the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes.
I tell you what's more impressive, Johnny, actually, that 7:57 at halfway through the race.
Yeah.
Latter part, normally we've seen it before, we've seen the likes of Nicky Thiem famously in the Aston that time. Was it last year? When they crossed the line with a matter of seconds. And I don't mean 10, 12, it was 3 odd seconds to go. Started the last lap and then just popped in almost an unnecessary lap, as in if he'd feathered it by, I think it was literally 3 or 5 seconds, he wouldn't have to take that extra lap. But it was Nicky Thiem, it's a Nordschleife, he's got an Aston underneath him. What's he going to do? Well, he's going to drive it anyway, and just to prove the point, he set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. That we see quite often. He's not the only person to have done that, but to have set a pace there, Lucas Stoltz, in the Haupt Mercedes, halfway through the race, almost exactly half distance, of 3 seconds off qualifying times, is pretty impressive.
I reckon that Lexus has caught a couple of Porsches and is trying to thread its way through. 3:45 is the Lexus LC, and has now found the Cup 2 battle. Now, whether this is Alexei Veremenko and the Brunagel car, tricky to tell you from this distance. Nice to see the Scottish Saltire painted on the road surface on the right-hander at Bergwerk, I think that was. And now the long run up the hill towards the carousel and beyond. And yeah, the Lexus actually has just dealt with a Porsche Cayman, in fact. And even though it is now past those cars, not easily stretching its legs, heading up the hill. The Scherer Sport Audi RS3 from the TCR category is also in this little gaggle too, as one car just very nearly stepped across the path of the Cup 3 runner. Cup 3 for Caymans, remember. Cup 2 is for the brand new spec of Porsche 911 Cup cars, and that is no less fraught. Well, not necessarily for the class lead, which is still in the hands of Paul Harkema and the Black Falcon Team Identica crew. But then next up in Cup 2, you've got Dorian Boccolacci for Team Matol Racing, and then Alexei Veremenko ahead of the Brunagel car. And Veremenko and Brunagel still separated by only 1.8 seconds. And right on their tail was Mike Stursberg as they started this lap. All of those 3 cars for 3rd position in Cup 2 are currently in that short sector that ends the lap down the Dottinger Hohe. So we're keeping our eyes out for Porsche 112, the 114 car and the 104 that are 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. Actually now timed as 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because clearly one of the cars has dropped away. That must have been the pit stop that put Dorian Boccalacci back at the wheel of his car. So Boccalacci replacing Arne Hofmeister, who was running second. And that is the reason why car 107 has slipped from second place back down to fifth.
Think of those lap times I mentioned, Dirk. Lucas Stoltz qualifying time, which put him, were they third, was it? Yes, they were third, weren't they? P3, second row. It was a 7:55.5, so he's only 2.4 seconds off his qualifying time halfway through the race. It's a good pace. Very good pace.
Christian Krognes in the sectors is lighting up the timing screen though now on lap number 15. He's already made his second stop, remember. He's just done a 105.5 on the Grand Prix lap, a 102.7 through sector 2. I don't remember seeing a 102 to this point, so he's pushing on, and this is potentially an even faster lap now than Lucas Stoltz is, assuming he can find the gaps in the traffic, and it really opens up for Krognes, but mighty fine pace in the first 2/5 of this lap. Meanwhile, the 120 car, which is one of the Avia Zorg Rennsport cars from the Porsche Cup division, I believe, not in the leading gaggle. That's a car for Daniel Blickel, Tim Scheerbart and David Jahn running in Cup 2 as well. We were always going to have an influx of Cup 2 cars with the introduction of the brand new Cup car around the world, in fact, and everybody claims that it is a big hit within the domestic championships, and they are very well represented in this race as well. I make it 15 Cup 2 cars in today's race.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's a very impressive category to racing as well. Fancy a go, Johnny? Should you go and do it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm up for that. I mean, they're really smart cars. 14 there are, in fact, in the entry. So if we turned up at the next NLS,
would you get the 15th? Yeah, we'd get the 15th. Yeah,
that would work in my mind as well.
It's got our name on it, hasn't it? All over it.
I think so. You can do the deals. You know, lots of people in this pit lane, Snowy. Here comes Lucas Stoltz. Now, is this going to be even better than the 7:57? It won't be, because this will be an in-lap, I reckon. He's just done 8 laps. Yeah, and to the inside he goes. Right across the line there. Always boggles my mind how close they get to the Armco, but it is perfectly within the control of Lucas Stoltz.
I still flinch. I have no doubt in any of their abilities, but I still flinch from the camera angle we see. But I'm sure it's a little bit different in the car. But that's a bit with last N24. We're watching it from opposite there, slightly different position to today, and it still looks close. You think, oh, it still makes me flinch.
Breathe in.
Yeah.
And out gets Lucas Stoltz, as cool as you like.
I was going to say, very casual, wasn't it? Like, yeah.
It's like he's just done a lap on the Grand Prix circuit. Yeah, the car's fine, yeah. You can send it out again now. But he's just done 8 laps on that stint. Now, it looks like always that the car's going to be pushed into the garage, but no, they do this for every pit stop, which is turning it through to virtually 45 degrees. End on, rear right, close to the pit garage wall, and now the tyre change will take place. It's relatively sedate, actually, a kind of cool part of the afternoon, because the clock is ticking, but they have to be so careful not to be under the regulated time. And when you've done 8 laps, you have a certain amount of time to be in the pits, which is longer had they done a 7-lap or indeed a 6 or 5-lap stint prior to this particular pit stop. But Stoltz needed to go. Generally, the rule is go as long as you can. Once you've got that initial stint out of the way, out of the green flag lap, then generally the rule is just keep going as far into the stint as you possibly can. Patrick Assenheimer is now in for a proper stop. So still, to me, there was that erroneous first sector a couple of laps ago where it took him 1 minute and 27 seconds, where normally it'd take 1 minute and 6, or if you're Christian Krognes, it only takes 1 minute and 5. So quite what happened to Patrick Assenheimer where it took him 20 extra seconds, I don't know, but it no doubt lost him a lot of time. Now that Lucas Stoltz has taken the helmet and the hands device off, it's like he's just arrived for the morning and some breakfast. You wouldn't know this guy has just done 8 laps of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but he's able to be very illiterate indeed. Illiterate? No, I don't mean illiterate. Very lucid, and the opposite of illiterate. Mercedes then doing their driver change and new driver in. Did we even establish that? Into the 6 car will definitely be Hubert Haupt in car number 6. So there's going to be no shortage of pace here. Hubert Haupt, I think he will admit that he was quicker in his younger days, without wishing to be rude, but he's still very swift. And now that he is north of a milestone birthday, actually been knocked back to silver, would you believe? He was gold, the man from Munich, but he reached half a century a couple of years ago, so drops down a grade as a result of that, and is now silver. He's a former Dubai 24-hour winner, Hubert Haupt. That one of the more recent successes. He's won that, in fact, on 2 separate occasions when he raced for Black Falcon back in 2015, but has won some key races in between times as well, and for many years a regular at the Spa 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Gulf 12 hours, and the Dubai event as well that I've already mentioned that he's won twice. So Hubert Haupt is into the race for the first time. I reckon Lucas Stoltz will have qualified the car earlier on as well. So this might be Hubert's first action of the day. In fact, unless they put him out for a bit of qualifying, of course, just to get used to the current setup of the car. But I would imagine it was Lucas Stoltz's time that put it so well up there on the grid in 3rd position. Car 55 is the Landgraf Motorsport car, and Lucasandro Treffs, Patrick Assenheimer, Julian Apostolos are the drivers there. Now, we had a stint from Apostolos. Patrick Assenheimer has also done an 8-lap stint, so this could very easily be Lucasandro Treffs now for the first time in this event. Treffs, if you're not aware of Lucy, as he's known to his mates, another silver graded driver, only 20 years old, Lucy Treffs, and he is a former champion for Lippert Motorsport in the European GT4 category. He raced in 2019 in that and managed to win the Pro-Am part of that championship for the German squad. No doubt, if it's Lippert, they were racing a Mercedes. I was about to say Lamborghini, but it was actually Mercedes in GT4. I suppose there's no, strictly speaking, there's no GT4 Lamborghini Huracan yet. We've got a Super Trofeo car, we've got a GT3, but there isn't a GT4.
Do you know, I'd never thought of that. You're absolutely right. Yeah,
I'm scratching my head.
I shall research while you do that, but I think you're absolutely right.
We've seen many Super Trofeos, and those cars, again, are magic down the straight, similar to Porsche Cup cars, because they don't have anywhere near as much aero, anywhere near as much downforce. But Lippert Motorsport, I'm sure, would love to run a Lambo in GT4, but I don't think there's the option to right now. So they run a Mercedes instead, or they did in 2019. And Lukey Treffs taking charge of car 55. That'll slot him, well, initially back into 2nd place, but will allow the timing to rectify itself in a lap's time, which will be the end of lap 16, and that will drop the 55 car back down the order. Could very easily now have Frank Stippler at the head of the race then in car 5. So that was the starting driver for Team Phoenix. Christian Krognes, number 34, running in 2nd position. The 733 BMW, according to our information, only has the one driver at the wheel. Yes, that is confirmed. Entered by Dr. Stein Tveten, and driven by Dr. Stein Tveten indeed. So it's Stein Tveten Motorsport for his BMW 325i. I'd need a bit more time to run through the whole of the entry, but I reckon this is one of the only cars, if not the only car, with just the one driver allocated to it. And around the outside, neat little manoeuvre there from the SP9 Pro 11 car, which is the Mercedes that we were talking about not too long ago. Car 11 has a change of driver because Marcel Markovits has now taken over that Schnitzelarm Racing entered Mercedes AMG from Miklas Born. And Miklas had been in the top 6 for the opening couple of hours obviously because they've done a driver change and their latest pit stop, the second pit stop of the race for car 11, that's dropped them down to 13th. But they're definitely on course for a top 10 potentially in this race. How's your Lamborghini GT4 research going, Snowy?
Swimmingly. You're absolutely right. As ever, you're absolutely right, Johnny. There is a GT3 Evo 2 and a Super Trofeo Evo 2. And that's it. So, Lamborghini, put your finger out and build a GT4 car.
That would be mega. There'll be there should be so many customers for that, you would have thought.
I mean, you've piqued my interest now as to why that's not been done already. Why haven't they built that?
More concerns for Lion Speed and the Car Collection Motorsport prepared car, definitely lacking in pace on the way.
Now also, the second place car, Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, has got a penalty now for under pit stop time. 7 seconds.
7 seconds?
7 seconds.
Blimey. Well, if you're going to blow the pit stop time, you might as well do it royally, and it sounds like they have done with 7 seconds. So, unfortunately for Lukey Treffs, I was building him up as the 2019 GT4 European Pro-Am champion. Well, the first job that he's going to have to do... I know. In a Leipzig Mercedes, because they don't make a GT4 Lamborghini. But the first job he's going to have to do, and it was not necessarily his error. Well, it won't be his error, because he will have just gone when he was told to. But he'll now be getting the message, sadly, that he'll have to come into pit lane and take that penalty. There's also in this race a Peugeot RCZ, which I wasn't aware of, I have to say. We didn't have one of these during the Nürburgring 24 hours either. So again, I get to a point of an NLS race where I spot a car for the first time, and it's the 385 in the SP2T entry. So this for lower powered special cars, but with turbochargers, and the Peugeot RCZ Cup car from Team Rally Top for Max Langenegger and Bernhard Badetscher, I think is the correct pronunciation there. Not sure which of the two is currently at the wheel, but they're being overtaken by the number 14 Audi on the Mercedes Arena. Car 14 is the only one of only a few Pro-Am entries in the order, and driver Hensel at the wheel of that. So that's Bernhard Hensel alongside Nick Wustenhagen. And they qualified 13th actually in the number 14 car. Have dropped down a bit since then, running 21st overall. 385 on the Grand Prix part of the lap now, and leading SP2T in the Peugeot RCZ. And actually quite a bit of racetrack, both in front and behind, in order to get their heads down and try and get a good lap time in on this one and fend off everybody else in the category.
Not a natural looking race car, that is it, the RCZ.
I remember the very first time I saw an RCZ was at the Nürburgring, and I thought, what is that? It looks like it. Actually, the design of the car looks like it's going backwards, I think, because the cockpit is slightly more towards the front than the rear. But I learned to love it on that event, which I think was probably the 2012 running of the Nürburgring 24 hours. Hadn't seen one on the road before that, but that's the great thing about this race, is that so often you see future road cars debuting in race trim at such an important event as this, or certainly the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Line speed Audi going slowly again.
And actually overtaking an even slower car, I noticed. But yes, I made the point that the 24 car was unfortunately touring earlier on in the lap, because this is one of a few cars which brings us some sound coverage as well as visuals, if you are joining us in sound and vision as part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because it's got one of the onboard cameras inside the cockpit car 24, and just the resigned look of the driver, knowing that the issue had crept back in again.
At the wheel of that now.
Yeah, so it took over from Dennis Fetzer in the previous stop. But what was the other car coming down the Dottinger Hur even more slowly than that? And probably heading for the pit lane. Didn't grab a good enough sight of it.
Was it the Lexus?
No. It was probably a...
It's very definite.
It wasn't a Pro. It wasn't an SP Pro car. It was a car that most likely started in the third starting group, actually. So maybe a hot hatch. Also, the Audi RS3 is now stopped on the Grand Prix track and being overtaken, and the headlights turned off, turned back on again. That is a classic reset for the 811. Did we not say that this car was leading its class when we last checked as well? So 811,
no, 801.
801, yeah, 801 is, I think, the only RS3 in the order. Let's check, hang on. There is an 811 as well, I believe. So I might be getting my Audis mixed up here. Audi RS3.
Mailer Build Motorsport entry, the 801 TCR.
Yeah, crucially, it's not the 833, which is the number I didn't mention at all in that sentence, and that's the one that we were talking about earlier on.
That's the LMS one, Shearer Motorsport car.
Yeah, and I reckon 833
and TCR. Yeah,
I reckon 833 still lead their class with Christoph Breuer. 801 were having a decent event to that point, and they are going again, crucially. So it just shows, doesn't it, the old Control Alt Delete.
It was almost like a little glitch, wasn't it? Because it came through Tiergarten onto the Grand Prix section, absolutely fine, and then suddenly it just stopped. As you say, that telltale lights off, lights back on again, reset it, it fired up. It took a moment then to actually get moving, which was slightly odd. That might just been a gear selection, but it was almost like it needed an electronic reset. So very bizarre, that one.
Yes, but the good news is it's running again now, and we'll see how far that car can get for the remainder of the race, which stands at 1 hour and 37 minutes still to go. It's an all Norwegian lineup, I reckon, for car number 801. Yeah, for Moller Bill Motorsport and Hakon Sharin. It's terrible Norwegian pronunciation, probably, but Hakon has been doing Nürburgring 24-hour races since as far back as the year 2000, actually, in A2 cars, so has raced Honda Civics.
That means I've raced against him.
Were you in the 2000 edition? Fabulous. So there you go. He was a little bit further down, no doubt.
I'll check the results before you say that. It's very kind of you.
Thanks. I can't find your name at all. Was it that bad an event?
Yeah.
Okay. That might be the reason why. We'll move swiftly on. 490, the GT tyre VW Golf, drawing alongside the 600 BMW, which is second in H4. And I wonder where in the overall standings therefore. Car 600 running in 76th position, currently on an outlap. And the David Ackerman driven car, sharing this M3 E92 GTR with a driver simply known as Moritz, and David Ackerman sharing car 600. So they're running second in H4. H4 for the older machinery, although I'm reliably informed the H does not stand for historic. It's something else, which I've never actually found out, but H4, good to have that category still existing in NLS racing, one of those old school ones that existed in VLN days as well. And there are 2 cars entered in H4. It's also the class where we find the Hoffa Racing M3, the E46, rather than this car, which is an E92. And the E46, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, being driven by Michael Kroll, Chantal Prince and Alex Prince. Car 605. 1, 2, 3, sounding absolutely fine over the line. This is the car that had the dramas earlier on, connected with the off that it had had in qualifying, but it's done a number of flying laps now, so let's keep our fingers crossed that Mühlner have solved the issues.
38th was the answer you're looking for.
In the 2000
Correct.
edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. Okay, well, that's pretty good. Where was that in class?
I think 4th off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, don't say 38th to anyone that asks you in the future. You'll finish 4th. You've got to paint the picture.
You're identifying the flaws in my career.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Got to be as
self-promotion, not good. Could do better.
Indeed, room for improvement. 3 cars on an outlap again. Now that's the Cup 2 battle. So Verimenko, Bunagel, and Kaya So Kaya's the new driver into 104, and 104 was being driven by, let me think, Mike Stursberg, I believe. Yeah, Mike Stursberg's just handed over to Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, the Turkish driver. Jörg Bergmeister's part of that lineup as well. They've got to be keeping Jörg Bergmeister back for the final stint. What did you just see for the Müller Motorsport?
It was just coming off the end of the Grand Prix circuit, on that bit we've talked about so many times, the start of the Nordschleife, the Sabine-Schmidt curve, and it was, I wouldn't say it was a late lunge, but I'm not sure. I think they both wanted the same piece of tarmac at the same time and then decided that it was better if they didn't. But it was just, it was because it's the Müller car again. I was thinking, no, please don't. And they just edged the nose inside and got away with it. So I think the two drivers worked together, but for a moment, it did raise my heartbeat a little bit.
Yeah, I could tell. Valkenhorst Motorsport's third car, which is the 36 machine, entered into AM, straight AM. So this is the only AM car in the field today. Clearly, as it keeps running, it is winning its class, therefore. The BMW M4 GT3. They've acquired 3 of these brand new cars very swiftly indeed at Valkenhorst, but they're a big mover and shaker within GT3 racing around the Nurburgring. And it is Valkenhorst himself actually at the wheel of that car. So good for that to be the case. Henry Valkenhorst and Jörg Brewer are the drivers that share car number 36, monstering the curbs a few moments ago. Race leader Christian Krognes leading by 18.3 seconds over now René Rast. So 2 different driving strategies being utilised by Scherer Sport Team Phoenix, in that for the 16 car, they put their first driver in for the first 2 stints, i.e. Kuba Gamasiak. So Gamasiak did a double, and I'm fully expecting this René Rast stint to evolve into a double as well. Whereas for the 5 car, part of the same team, they put Stippler in for stint 1, then changed to Kolb for stint 2, back now to Stippler, and I think Kolb will need to go in for the final and the 4th and final stint to the flag, unless one stint will do it for Vincent Kolb. But I think he needs a bit more driving time in his favour. Kolb from Frankfurt, and the number 5 car qualified in 2nd position in qualifying today. 285, one of a few Clios in the entry, and this car running in the SP3 class. It is Holthaus at the wheel currently, and Holthaus will be sharing with 2 of the drivers. So Gerrit Holthaus, Mark Weilach and Michael Bora are the 3 drivers in this Clio Cup car, entered by X85 Racing, but it's another MSC Adenauer prepared machine. Did a 9:25 in qualifying on. They actually did 4 laps in qualifying, which is quite a short distance of running, but maybe they just wanted to limit the risk, get a good time in, establishing themselves within SP3, and for reasons of academic, they were 69th overall, if you're interested, in the SP3 class, but they're not really interested in where they sit when you put all the entry in together, but more like, can they finish on the SP3 podium by the end of this? And at the moment, going the right way about it, with Gerrit Holthaus now taking charge of that car. Only 3 cars on the Dottinger Hohe, one of which is the number 11 Mercedes for Markowitz. Look further back, and the SP7 car, that looks suspiciously like the livery for 9 und 11, who have been long-time runners in this field. Although a quick word search for that crew, and I can't find them in today's entry. So that is an SP7 car. It's car 65, possibly, down the Dottinger Hohe, and heading now towards the Tiergarten to complete another lap. SP7, only 4 cars in the entry this time. And it is number 65 for Georg Goder, Ralf Omer and Martin Schluter. Again, names that sort of trip off the tongue when it comes to middle order running in more old, or the more venerable Porsche Cup car. Overtaken now these days by 14 of the brand new Gen 992 cars, but it's good that the organisers of these events still find a class, SP7, for the slightly older 911 GT3 Cup cars, so you're not necessarily racing at the sharp end of Porsche Cup racing, but nevertheless SP7 is massively competitive.
Some chaps we talk about more normally, but we did mention a little bit earlier on, the BMW Junior team of Max Hess, Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen out in the, not the GT3 version today, but the GT4 version of the M4. They started 30th on the grid, which was leading SP9 AM class. Sorry, SP7, no, what was the class? Because concept car, isn't it? Because it's concept one, that's why it's different. They're obviously in front of that, but they've dropped down to 105th at the moment. And it's on an 8:36, which is slightly surprising me. SP8T, that's my apologies, was the class it's in. So not had a good run for them.
And I think they're the only car in SP8T, yes they are, not eligible for SP10 yet, because it's not a legal car, it's being tested. Bit like when we had the M4 GT3 in some of these races last year.
Yes, we did.
Prior to homologation. Very busy indeed on the Dottinger Hoor, with the 833 TCR class leader needing to get to the right-hand side of the track where possible to allow Aston Martin number 17 through. And the driver of 833 did a very good job there in occupying a bit of road space, which clearly they are able to do, they are allowed to do, but trying not to slow down faster cars down the Dottinger Hoor. Two Caymans peel off almost as one, and that is a fraught class battle, you have to get the feeling. The mechanical warning flag now being waved to somebody, the black flag with the orange spot on it. Fortunately, can't see the other side of that number board to tell you specifically who it's being sent out to, but that's maybe some smoke trailing from a car or some damaged bodywork, which is concerning the race stewards, and therefore the instruction is to pit the car as soon as possible and sort that problem out. You will be allowed to continue if you can solve it. There's a glimpse there of the VW Golf AU, which is the VT2 front-wheel drive, front and Trieb class leader, and 490 is being driven by one of the Schmidts. Let's just check. That will be Andreas, no, not Andreas Schmidt, Ulrich Schmidt, joined by Axel Jahn and Robert Hinser in the 490 car. So they are one of a few run by GT Tyre Motorsport, the car running on GT tyres, unsurprisingly. GT competition tyre, and effectively run by WS Racing with the brand sponsorship on top of that. They did a 10:02 earlier today and are now leading the front-wheel drive part of VT2. At the head of the order, Christian Krognes is on lap 18 now, with a gap of 18 seconds, so that's easy to remember. 18 laps nearly completed, and an advantage of just under 20 seconds from René Rast. Now, it's going to be very interesting to compare the lap time from a Christian Krognes piloted BMW and the René Rast driven Audi at the end of this particular lap. Where are they in the sector? They're on the Dottinger Hoor now and due across the line at any moment. In fact, there goes Christian Krognes in the black and white BMW. So it's an 8:01.557 as his last lap. René Rast yet to cross the line in the number 16 Audi from Team Phoenix. I still reckon, you know, that this is a bit of a two-horse race now, depending on how far back René Rast is. And the gap was forced open during a code 60, or code 120, code 60, around the Flansgarten, Brunchen Wippermann area, and it extended virtually all the way through to Schwabenschwanz as well. So a long section that was instigated kind of between the second and the third placed cars, which has put this false gap between René Rast and Hubert Haupt. But Haupt is closing it down, in fairness. Now, is that a true gap? No, beg your pardon. So there's another 27 seconds from René Rast back to Hubert Haupt. So we now have a similar divisions between the top three cars. Remember those first few laps in the opening stint that we were mightily enjoying, where the top three were nose to tail, three different manufacturers, could not be separated. It is a different story now, because the race leading BMW has a margin of 22 seconds back to the number 16 green and white Phoenix Audi of René Rast, and it's a further 27 seconds to Hubert Haupt, who's just taken over the number 6 Haupt Racing Team Mercedes. So I think a mixture of traffic and some yellow flags, code 120s, code 60s, has rather disrupted this lead battle and only served to widen the gaps, which is a shame, because it was set to be a really close run to the flag had that not happened. Different story now, and what can Frank Stippler do about trying to close that gap in car number 5? He is expected across the line at any moment. Last time around, he did an 8:01.949, which is his car's best lap of the race. Well, he's backed it up with an 8:03, so he's 2 seconds shy of the car's best. The real problem for him now, he's got to find 75 seconds on just the car in front, let alone Christian Krognes's BMW. So Frank Stippler is 2 minutes adrift now of the 34 BMW, and it has all of a sudden become BMW's to throw away this, when previously Audi and Mercedes were well in the hunt. It is a different story though now. Meanwhile, down in 6th position, the number 11 car of Markovits, still charging hard and trying to pick up any pieces that might head his way. Marcel Markovic sharing the number 11 Mercedes AMG with Miklas Born. And I was right about some damage on the BMW from H&R. Yeah, well, the paint scheme on that car, when you look at it from a distance, hides damage very well. Maybe they've done it deliberately.
Exactly, to hide the gaffer tape that's going to get applied to it later in the race.
Yeah, well, the gaffer tape wasn't actually flapping as much as it is now, but I suppose it's been exposed to very high speeds around this place, particularly towards the end of the lap. Marcel Markovits, Peter Terting, Moritz Krantz going faster than they've managed all race long. They are running all of them in SP9 cars. In the case of Markovits and Terting, they're SP9 Pro entries. But from the Pro-Am leader, Moritz Krantz is doing really well. Down in the 805s now, 805.2, which is so good for a Pro-Am entered car. Jean Glorieux behind in number 17, the chasing Aston Martin, cannot take a flame to that sort of pace right now. 821.8 for Jean Glorieux versus Krantz's effort, an 805.2. The treble 6 car on the Grand Prix lap is one of a number of BMW M240i Racing Cup cars. Not mentioned a great deal about this class so far, but they were renamed. These cars used to run in Cup 5, then very imaginarily titled the BMW M240i class. So they've basically taken the model of the car and incorporated it in the class name these days. There are 7 of those cars in M240i, and the best of the qualifiers was 673, leading M240i right now is the 650 car, in fact, and 650 has Riemer doing the driving there. Now, Riemer previously, I think, has been a champion in Nürburgring racing in NLS. So he will be one to watch, and not a surprise to have the 650 car now at the sharp end. In Cup 2, Dorian Boccolacci has worked his way to the front, and he's now 9 seconds clear of Tobias Muller in the 102 car.
Just going to spot that, and hunting down is the BMW right in front, isn't it? It's the Valkenhorst car. That's a different category, isn't it? That's SB9 Pro, sorry, but that's where it's behind. On track with, quite extraordinarily.
Yeah, that might be a quirk of where the 35 car is in its pit stop strategy, I suppose. It hasn't just done a stop. And the previous lap time for Mario von Bohlen indicates that wasn't an out lap either, because he did an 8:23. But von Bohlen, again, is not going to show the same sort of speeds that we've had from Lucas Stoltz in this race, from Christian Krognes. So I would expect von Bohlen's car, number 35, to just drop a bit down the order, and they might even provide a chance for Dorian Boccolacci to fashion an overtake. You have to be careful, I suppose, though, if you're leading a class, not to be drawn into unnecessary overtaking. Because if you start sticking your nose up the inside of a GT3 car, it could go very wrong indeed. Last minute call there for the 833 up the inside of the, or rather alongside the Armco barrier for the pit stop. What do you reckon, Snow? You were kind of like, I'm not sure about that. The difficulty is Boccolacci could be being slowed down by von Bohlen, and he's got Tobias Muller at a safe distance right now, 9 seconds. But if he is a bit half-hearted and thinks, I don't need to get involved in this battle, he'll have Muller on his tail before he knows it. So maybe it is a move he has to go for.
100% so, and that's the point. Is he being held up? And it's all down to radio comms here, really, the team telling him where it is and what's important. And you can then, what you need is your team giving you the information and just the facts. You decide whether it's important or not to do anything at that moment, and when that is best executed, if indeed it needs executing. You're absolutely right that you can't sit there half-heartedly, out of all places, around the Nordschleife, but you sit behind somebody. You don't want to get into battles unnecessarily, because if you make a mistake, it's 0 to 0. You're just like, why are you battling with that? Equally, that car probably shouldn't be there. And we looked at the times here. They were only 2 seconds apart on lap times on their last laps, 21 and 23. So it's all to play for there. And if you've got somebody coming up behind you in your class, then you want to keep going. The whole idea of racing is to keep going forwards.
Well, von Bohlen's car, Mario von Bohlen's car, is capable of an 8:12, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, he's down in the 8:23s. So he's losing 11 seconds per lap. That might have just been a duff lap in terms of traffic, and just, he had to get out of the throttle a lot during it. So we may well see the 35 car pick up speed. On the other hand, Boccolacci is best to judge it, as you've mentioned, because he will be on the boot lid now of Mario von Bohlen, and working out where that car is quick and where it is slow in comparison to his Cup 2 race-leading, class-leading Porsche. Meanwhile, speaking of Cup 2s, a couple of them arriving now at Tiergarten, together with some Caymans from the Cup 3 class as well. So they have found one another, it would seem.
You mentioned earlier about how strict they are with the penalties on this. I'm going to get myself into trouble here, but the Klick-Verscherung team, the 119 GT3 Cup Porsche, has just had a penalty for speeding under the code 60 of 88 Ks. So it's been given a 105-second penalty.
105. Oh dear. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's draconian, isn't it? But they do that for a reason. And lesson, hopefully, will be learned by the end of it. Focusing on the 111 Porsche from Fricadelli Racing Team, heading now out of the Mercedes arena and down towards the cut-through. This is the car for Klaus Abelan, Leon Kohler, and the driver simply known as Jules. This is RS1, the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
Zeitsprung können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Christian Krognes leading on lap 20 by a little over a third of a minute, in fact, 24 seconds to be exact, and that gap is back to René Rast, although sector times may well favour the German. Let's just have a look at Rast's progress so far. Now, if anything, Christian Krognes is extending the gap, because through sector 4, which takes cars 3 and a bit minutes, Krognes quicker again. So the pace of the Audi, similar to what it was at the end of May, actually. We could tell that the Audi was not the quickest car during the 24 hours. Clearly that was actually the Aston Martin, with the BMWs very close behind. The BMW can easily have the lap speed today on the Audi and the Mercedes that were fighting with them only an hour or so ago. Similar speeds over the line at the end of lap 20, but that gap's been opened up again for Christian Krognes. René Rast is obviously no slouch, the multi-DTM champion, but at the moment, it seems to me that René Rast just doesn't have the machinery at his disposal. This M4, brand new bit of kit, is, to me, the quickest car out there, Snowy.
Well, it has been all year. It just hasn't been able to convert it in some of the longer races. We've seen it do it already, but it's certainly got the pace. But we've seen it, haven't we, with the Conrad Lamborghini as well, a car that does not lack in pace, but just seems to either not quite achieve it, not have the luck it should do. We've had a great position at one point. We had a wheel bearing failure, didn't it, when it was leading? Now, what have we got slowing on the Dottinger? That's one of the Mercedes. Is that Lucas Stoltz's car?
I think it's Hubert Haupt now, but
in the car. Sorry,
quite
yes.
possibly it's the 6.
That's got a left rear tyre failure by the look of it.
Or is it the... No, I'm pretty sure it's the 6. It looks very much like the 6 in the windscreen. That's confirmed as Hubert Haupt, the third-place car. And all of a sudden, the fight for the podium opens up because here comes Frank Stippler in the blue and red Audi from Team Phoenix, and will go through into third position before the end of the lap. That looks like possibly damage to the rear left.
Yeah, totally. Oh, no, it could just be the tyre. Just look at the because it was totally got a massive amount of toe in there.
Yeah.
Hubert Haupt looks like he's going to potentially retire the car onto the grass at the right-hand side. The tyre is deloaded, but actually better. He's pulled it over. He's retired the car. Now, unless there's an actual wheel failure that's caused the tyre to go there, I can't see any other damage to the car. Everything looks intact. But Hubert Haupt retiring the eponymous named car number 6 into the area. He's actually reversing it as well out of the way. Mind that hasn't got the reversing cameras on. Very, very neatly put it. You couldn't get more considerate than if you tried there. Trying to hide it from the cameras, I think, more to the point. But so a left rear tyre failure. I thought for a minute, like you, Johnny, when we got that first glimpse, it got a massive toe in. So I thought maybe a toe link tapped the wall or something. But I don't think anything else has gone on that. If that's just a tyre failure that close to home, surely the carcass is still on the rim. Try and get it that last little bit. He's in the car. He probably knows more than us.
And the team are looking at telemetry from the car as well, no doubt. And perhaps that was the advice to Hubert Haupt to stop it right now if it's done damage to any of the drivetrain. But that was either an optical illusion showing that the wheel had, a broken hub on it, or indeed, as you say, a tracking arm which had gone, or it was just the tyre and the angle of the popped Michelin that looked like the wheel was out of alignment. I mean, it wasn't crabbing as such down the Dottinger Hohe, but it is puzzling to both Snowy and I that Hubert Haupt wanted to pull that car, or didn't want to, but seemingly that was the only option for him, to park it rather than run over the grass at Tiergarten and then get it into the pit lane. Maybe he just thought, I've lost so much time here, we weren't going to win this race because Christian Krognes is so dominant and René Rast in clear second place. So let's just scrap it and come back for NLS4. But it's a sorry end to, well, it's still the car that holds the fastest lap on the race at 7:57.1, set earlier on by Lucas Stoltz. I would assume that when Hubert took the car over from Luca, they gave him a brand new set of tyres. That's normally the way for a new driver into the car. So that rear left has expired a lot sooner than they would have expected. Flags back in again at Dottinger Hohe, Marshall Post 3 at Dottinger Hohe. And 197 when you count them all up. Callenhard was briefly affected by yellows as well. The exit of Callenhard, but that's...
No, he'd done 3 laps on that set of tyres. Assume it's a new set.
Well, I think it would have been, because it's, as I say, new driver spin in the background for the Krone Racing
101
Porsche. Whichever of the Porsches is the Krone
101,
entry.
yes.
Yeah, right. Tracy Krone himself, in fact, racing with Nick Johnson as this 20-year-old plus driver partnership continues. They've raced at Le Mans on numerous occasions in Ferraris and Porsches before, and the 101 car is part of the SP. Is it? Oh, actually, this is a Cup 2 car. Yes, it is a Cup 2 car because it's a brand new GT3 Cup 992 iteration machine. So Tracy Krone, Nicholas Johnson The man from Houston, Texas, though, Crone, looping it very slightly, but he actually mopped up that moment on the Grand Prix circuit, didn't hit anything solid, and can continue. Car 101 being shown in 23rd position overall. More punctures.
58.
This time for lower down the order, and not a sight you want to witness when you're going so fast.
That's the RPM Racing GT3 Cup entry, 911. 911. 91-1.
Any more nines you can throw in? He did a 978 this morning. That's an 822.978.
Now, Haupt Racing, the Mercedes, has come out of that area. It's now back on track, limping it back round to Tiergarten with an intervention vehicle behind him. So Hubert Haupt's had a change of heart and decided to get that car back to the pits.
Well, this is the more sensible way of doing it, because at least he has the protection now of the intervention vehicle, not physically blocking the path of anybody approaching, but at least they have a warning. They've got yellow flags waving, some white flags too, and the illuminated light bar on the roof of said intervention vehicle saying that there is a car stricken on the right-hand side. Down to 60 kilometers per hour for one of the Porsches from the SP7 class. And speaking of SP7, car 58 is from that division as well. The RPM Racing crew for Christopher Gerhardt, Yang Han Choi, Philipp Hamprecht and Lucas Moosken. It's now to the left-hand side. Jean Glorieux, I think I put in car 17. Let's just check. Aston Martin, yes.
Aston, yeah.
For Jean Glorieux, a former Michelin Le Mans Cup champion, and he heads across the line. Nico Verdonk, I reckon they'll put back into this car. He did the opening sting, Verdonk, and when Glorieux comes to the end of his fuel window, every chance that fellow Belgian Nico Verdonk will be put back into that car to bring it to the finish. Running again on Michelin tyres, as did the TF Sport example that led for many, many hours a couple of weekends ago, until it got to about 11 o'clock at night and Nicky Thiem had his moment on some oil that he didn't know was there, approaching Schwabenschwanz, got onto the very slippery stuff, and that immediately put him into the fence, and a sorry end to what was an incredibly strong car, the number 90 Aston Martin from Tom Ferrier's outfit. You say BMW had the strongest car all year, but actually Aston turned up that weekend and had an even quicker car than the M4s, and carried the pace in the opening third of that race, but unfortunately had a dramatic off in the darkness hours from which they could not recover.
Well, the speed's proving that, Aston, isn't it? Because in its GTE form at Le Mans, TF Sport took that to a class win as well. So, bit of redemption 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
I'm still intrigued at Hubert Haupt putting that car behind the barrier there. There's safety considerations, I get that. We thought maybe there's more damage, maybe the radio, being told on the radio by the team to box it, or sorry, not box it effectively, and very neatly, it was very precisely reversed back into that space like it was finished, game over. I'm surprised you'd do that if you're going to wait for the intervention car. I absolutely get the sense of having an intervention car bringing you in at Tiergarten at the end of the dotting hour, on the fastest part of the circuit potentially, cars arriving there. So I understand that safety net, if you like, of that intervention car, but to park it behind the barrier then come out again, it's an extraordinary amount of time to take. I'm not quite sure why he just didn't continue limping it, as you said, on the grass, even if that's not the best place for a GT3 car, to be honest. You're probably better off on the track. At least it's smooth, it's level, you've got your one corner down because of the tyre, but it just seems an odd sequence of events to me there, and it doesn't quite all add up, but we're not on the inside, we don't know.
And we're not Hubert Haupt either, who is so experienced
exactly,
at the Nürburgring.
So
yeah,
he's got his reasons. I'm just trying to work it out. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just trying to work it out.
I think safety was the top of his thoughts there, and wanted to get it home. He might have even got out of the car to assess it, because you can do that. As long as you don't. I'm not sure the 10-metre rule is actually utilised in this event, but at Le Mans, again, the regulations allow you to undo the belts, clamber out of the car, and as long as you don't stray more than 10 metres from the car, you are still in the race, and that allows you to assess the damage, because it's very tricky from his vantage point to know how bad it was at the back.
But would the 10-metre rule apply when it's already behind the barrier?
Yes.
Yeah.
It still does, I think.
Yeah.
But as I say, 10-metre rule is a Le Mans rule. I'm not sure it's used here, because we've seen many times cars brought back to the paddock on intervention vehicles, on flatbeds, and then returned to the racetrack. But he may well have just wanted to think, okay, how bad is this tyre? Has it started to wrap? Have the cord started to wrap around the drive shaft? Cause problem for gearboxes. You know what happened to the 63 Corvette at Le Mans? You know, a single puncture wrecked their race because it just started to do untold damage to the internals. But as long as he knew he could just go to the, I mean, so close to the end of the lap, you were out. And then with the addition of the intervention vehicle, probably convinced him in his mind that he was okay to limp back. I'm not sure we're going to see that car again.
That's the bit I was going to say. I think the proof of the pudding will be when that car comes out again. Will they put a tyre on it? And if it hasn't done any other collateral damage, nothing's got wrapped around suspension, drive shafts, you know, inner wheel arches, etc. If it was just a puncture, potentially we might see the car just put out again to do probably even just a lap.
Yeah.
It might even just do the Grand Prix circuit to see it all works fine. That way they know it goes back into its box. The rest of the season, it's ready for the next meeting.
Now, Christian Krognes has just made a pit stop and is returning to the racetrack. That is the third stop of the day and should be the final stop for car 34. And everybody else in the entry realises that Krognes stays on board, so it's not going to be Sami Matti-Trojan to bring the car to the finish. And I think just a little bit more air is puffed out of everyone's cheeks, and you think it's BMW's to lose here, because Krognes has proven not quite to be the fastest car out there, but the second fastest behind Lucas Stoltz. And now that the 6 car will not win this race, down in 14th and now in the pit lane with the punctured rear left tyre, it's all about Krognes' speed. And René Rast, yes, that car number 16, the Audi for the German, has reached 759s. The Audi hasn't yet punched out a 758, and Christian Krognes has the measure for me on the 16 Team Phoenix Audi. So Krognes returning for one final stint, and as he got back to the racetrack, there was just less than an hour to go, so he should be absolutely fine to the finish now. If he does an 8-lap stint, that will be a 29-lap race. But he's in a very strong position, with really only René Rast anywhere close to him. Everybody else was affected by that very long code 60/code 120. When I mean very long, I mean in distance rather than necessarily the time it was out for. But it affected, you'll remember, from Brunchen all the way through to Schwabenschwanz. And crucially, when that was initiated, the leading duo had already got through. Everybody else was massively delayed, including Lucas Stoltz, who lost about 19 seconds comparatively to Christian Krognes. And that is why we've got this unusual situation where there's a minute and 44 now between René Rast and the sister car of Frank Stippler. So it's all about the top 2, and I think as long as Christian Krognes keeps this clean, Valkenhorst have this in the bag. Snowy's putting his arms up into the air, but I will bet a considerable amount of money on the fact that they are going to win this, and probably by 22 seconds. Rast just hasn't got the pace. I mean, Krognes could put it in the wall, but I just don't think he will.
You're missing my point. You're absolutely right in everything that you say. The stats, all the numbers add up. It's just that dreaded curse of the commentator. Why would you go and say that with just under an hour to go?
Because I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, you heard it here first at RSL.
Sorry, but I'm just, you know, I can paint this as a very interesting race. But at the moment, it's not, because, you know, a Code 60's gone against everybody from third and down.
So what, we'll do a perfect compromise, as we often do. Okay, I agree with you. Therefore, I'm prepared to bet your money on it.
Fair enough. Sounds good to me. Indicator on from the GT86, the Toyota GT86. The other classes are going to be fascinating, so maybe that's where we should concentrate our efforts from now on, because Cup 2 has been superb to this point. Opening up a little bit in the midfield, but Hofmeister has just come in from second position in that class. Tobias Muller's retaken the lead in car 102. Hofmeister in third in the 107 car. And Arne Hofmeister took over from Dorian Boccolacci in the last stop. I've been paying close enough attention to know which of the two those drivers are generally the quickest. Boccolacci, well, with an hour to go, Cup 2 cars should comfortably do 60 minutes and a bit more on a stint. So may well be Arne Hofmeister to the flag. I mean, he's just brought that car in, though, interestingly. So will they do one final driver switch before returning that car to the racetrack? We haven't yet seen the final pit stop for car 102, though. So for Tobias Müller, there'll be one more visit to the pit lane and maybe to hand back to Dutch teammate Paul Harkema. Yep.
It's about 3 seconds between teammates of Boccolacci and Hofmeister on their 2 stints so far.
All right. In the favour of
Boccolacci.
Okay. Yeah, so I would think Boccolacci will be put back at the wheel of that car. He's only 23 years old.
In fact, and to be fair, sorry, in the first stint that Boccolacci did in that car, it was an 8:27. Hofmeister that he did it. Sorry, Boccolacci did a 7 laps, and this is the Team Mathol Racing 107 Porsche we're talking about. The Hofmeister then did a second stint in it and did an 8:30. And Boccolacci's current stint, his best, is an 8:17.
Okay.
So suddenly found 10 seconds over his first stint.
Yeah.
So that's a big jump. That's not to say that Hofmeister couldn't now match that if there's got some pace in the car now compared to earlier on. We saw that a little bit earlier on, didn't we? To the cars, not because I was commenting, didn't I, that cars were 12 seconds off qualifying pace. Then all of a sudden it came in because they listened to us.
Looking down at Arne Hofmeister, though.
I heard that pause.
Hofmeister started racing 2010, but he hasn't done the high-profile stuff that Boccolacci has done, because Boccolacci on board for another season in the Porsche Super Cup with Martinet by Almeras. Done a couple of races in that, along with dovetailing a campaign in the Carrera Cup France Championship, and where he can, some Cup 2 racing for Mathol Racing. So he's a key man to get in, still only 23 years old, from Cannes in the south of France.
So what a background there of, the karting and stuff that he's done.
Well, yeah,
all the way through. I mean, he's only 23 now, and he's been he's karting back in 2011.
I know,
as they do.
And I mean, I didn't mention the stellar kind of GP3 and then FIA Formula 2 career that he's had. Not necessarily the results to back that up, but a couple of seasons in there for Campos and for MP Motorsport. Has had some top 5 finishes, places like Baku and Monaco as well. But I think his natural home is in sports cars. And what are they going to do about this fuel cap? Oh, they forget about it completely. So they screw the tank nice and tight, so the cap itself goes over, but then there's a cover which was rattling off the side of the car, and that's just been torn away now by the Team Phoenix mechanics. Any slight distraction for the driver should now be gone. So Christian Krognes pitted at the end of lap 22 and has rejoined. Rene Rast also making his final stop as well. And the gap, remember, prior to those 2 stops was 22 seconds, but with the same drivers up against one another, this time on full tanks, so that's the difference. And I suppose the 16 car, did that pit a lap later? Because they might well have been able to nip a bit of time away, therefore, from Rene Rast and his designated pit stop time. Just going to check on the blocks of the stints. It was an 8-lap stint for Rast. It was an 8-lap stint for Krognes, but they pitted a lap apart. Yes, so Krognes came in at the end of lap 21, Rast at the end of lap 22, and because Rast is a lap closer to the finish, his final pit stop was quicker, but only by a handful of seconds, so that will make a difference. And I'm not necessarily going to reframe what I said about Valkenhorst Motorsport and the BMW, but I think it's going to be closer than we might have imagined.
Oh, here we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, is called backpedaling.
I still think Krognes has got the pace on Rast.
Oh, absolutely. I never doubted any of that.
The considerable amount of your money, did we say? No, we did say mine.
We use Tim. How about Tim Gray?
Tim Gray, our executive producer, doesn't part with any cash at all, so that's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
But
I did do a flight of fancy there for a minute, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
sorry, Tim.
I'd said that this race had developed into it being rather predictable. Stick with this, folks, because now that the Rast car can pit or could go further into the stint than we'd expected, or than I'd expected, then he was able to do that stop a little shorter than Christian Krognes, and I wonder how that will develop. It will certainly bring the 22 seconds down by a margin. Still, though, but all about those top two cars, because you're looking at a minute and 45 seconds back to Frank Stippler in what will be third position when this all unfolds. Luki Treffs in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes running in third right now, which should develop into fourth position. And Markovits in the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, car number 11, running in fifth place. I'd be surprised if Markovits can break into the top four by the end of this. Marcel Markovits sharing with Miklas Born. It was Born who did the opening stint. I think Marcel has done every stint since then, though. And it is clearly very comfortable in the car. Brought that in from fifth position. So this could be a chance for Miklas Born to take that car over again and do the final stint, which is now down to 47 minutes rather than the full hour. Obviously, the further you can go into this final stint, the more beneficial it is as far as the fuel you need to take on board, but also the way the rules work, your pit stop can be quicker as well, as we've said on many occasions. The Hoffa Racing Bmw reaching Schwedenkreuz, rounding that turn, and now down into the Fuchsrohre. And we'll reach the base of that descent into Adenauer Forest, where things open up a little bit into a clearing, and there's the one bit of Nürburgring Nordschleife runoff there to Adenauer Forest itself. Left and right, you can have a bit of a tank slapper on and still not hit the barrier necessarily. And I've seen several videos through the years of tourist laps going a bit wrong at Adenauer Forst as well. Thankfully, cars can rattle over the grass there, do damage potentially to the underneath, but at least you're not smashing into corners in the Armco, which is so easy to do around the rest of the lap. And that Hoffa BMW, which runs in H4, has had a strong showing to this point. Elsewhere in the classes, Cup 2 still topped by Tobias Müller. Has he made his third and final stop yet? No, not quite. So the Black Falcon Team Identica car has a false advantage out front. And once Tobias comes in car 102, that will even things up between him and the Hofmeister car, Arne Hofmeister. Beyond that, in Cup 2, looking at Christopher Brook, Nico Otto and Mustafa Kaya in the Black Falcon car, number 104. And now that some of the silver-rated drivers have got on board, the lap times are becoming more different, more spaced out, if you like. So that is starting to lessen the competition in Cup 2. Might well bring one or two other cars in there, like the Rosenberg-driven Black Falcon machine. Something's happened at Schwedenkreuz, because the yellow flags have just come out a moment or two ago. Peering down, not at that part of the track quite yet, at Bergwerk instead, but yellow flags being shown at the second marshal post at Schwedenkreuz, which is actually marshal post 86. By the time you've gone around the Grand Prix lap, the hats are back, Flugplatz, and Schwedenkreuz is the very fast left-hander. You don't often have a small moment there, actually, and the left-hander is quickly followed by the right-hander at Arenberg. which from the bridge, the road bridge, provides a good view of the Nürburgring town, the nearby town of Orenburg. And then the drop down into the foxhole immediately after that.
I'm just trying to establish which car that is. We've got 650 off at just before Flansgarden. That's one of the another one of the Adrenaline Motorsports entries, M240i.
And that's a shame for 650 because they were leading their class in the 240i's. It is still Robin Reimer at the wheel of that. Clearly, Robin's had an incident somewhere, and that's taken them well out of the equation now in the BMW M240i Racing Cup division. So if it's not 650, who is now leading the 240i class? It's gone now to 673, which is the Schnitzelarm racing car. And 673 will have Jamo Hartling currently at the wheel, sharing with Tim Neuser and Michael Sander. Nose to tail, all of a sudden, between... Is this Krognes and Rast?
I think it is, yes.
Here we go. All that money's suddenly on the line because a 22-second gap has just been obliterated. And this is all down to René Rast's late pit stop. He was able to spend less time in the pit lane, remember, and it's brought the top two together. Christian Krognes is going to have to try and just imagine that Audi is no longer there. But René Rast all revved up. Remember, a couple of stints from Kuba Gamasiak in the opening phases of this race. And we should now have 40-odd minutes of this battle at the head of the order to enjoy. Christian Krognes, a former winner of the Spa 24 Hours, will not bow to this pressure. But has the Audi been set up to be the more pointy of the cars, the more pacey of the cars in the latter stages of a 4-hour race?
You'd put money on that one, wouldn't you? It looks like that way at the moment. It just looks more punchy, the Audi does at the moment, to be honest. I'm not saying the BMW looks slow, but it just looks like it's having to work harder for the moment. But fresher tyres on the Audi, yes?
They will be, as long as they put the new... Yes, because remember they pitted a lap apart. So the BMW came in at the end of lap 21. The Audi came in at the end of lap 22. So because those pit stops were then timed to the end of the race, when you get into the final 70 minutes of these races, it's all about the end of the race rather than the stint you've just done. And the closer to the end of the race you are, the quicker the pit stop can be. I don't know, the BMW's finding a bit of time.
He's responded, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's almost like he's responded and said, oh, hang on, I'm not having that.
I've got Johnny Palmer's cash to protect.
Precisely.
And
never mind his reputation.
Exactly. So Christian Krognes owing me big time here. And he is starting to disappear into the distance. Now, this is the sort of form that we saw earlier in the race. Not that we've had the two cars together on track to compare where their strengths and weaknesses are. There will be strengths for the Audi, as there's a bit of turf chucked up there into the face of René Rast by Christian Krognes. They're having to go around the outside of the SP3 VW Golf. And they did that at an awkward place at the end of the Hatzenbach.
Yeah, it just cost Krohn a little bit of time there, didn't it? Christian Krognes. Just a little bit there, probably a couple of tenths.
Yeah. So let's compare, because they'll be coming towards the end of another sector in a moment. But I would imagine, well, visually, the BMW picked up some time on the Grand Prix lap, and that is echoed by the stint time. Half a second the BMW gained. They were near enough level pegging through the next one, which runs down to Flugplatz, 103.9. So Hatzenbach, well, they were separated by 0.02 of a second, to give you an idea. 103.911 the sector time for the BMW, 103.913 for the Audi. Meanwhile, Vincent Kolb is back into the race in the number 23 car, but he is behind on the road the BMW and the Audi. So these guys, Krognes and Rast, will come out as the eventual race leaders. Patrick Assenheim has just made his final stop of the race for the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes as well. But again, that car is now behind the BMW Audi scrap at the sharp end. And Peter Terting making a late stop as well for Schnitzelarm Racing, 5th place in his Mercedes. He'll drop down the order as a result too.
One of the stranger penalties of the race, issued by the organisers, is the 288 MSC, my apologies, Volkswagen Toyota GT86 Cup car from the SB3 category, which has been issued a penalty for, quote, driving backwards in the pit lane under its own power. The penalty they've been issued? €150 fine.
Okay, so not a 150-second penalty, but a €50.
They'll think about your betting, you see, your habit, your addiction.
€150. It's not a great deal when you think about €3,000 and €5,000 fines. It was probably a matter of
It's not going to strike me €150 is €150, but it's not really a deterrent, is it?
Then again, it's not really an advantage to drive backwards in the pit lane, I suppose. So you're not going to be encouraged to do it just because the fine is so low. Opel Motorsports heading back into the garages, having just successfully completed a stop for one of their Astra TCRs. Nothing between René Rast and Christian Krognes again. In fact, Rast found a bit of time through Sector 3. So is that where the Audi's a little stronger? And of course, the beauty of René Rast at the end of the lap is that he'll be able to pick up a tow from a BMW, which is a much larger silhouette compared to the R8 LMS. But has the BMW M4 got more ponies down that final long straight? We'll have to wait over 3 minutes before we get an answer to that. They're heading now towards the carousel for the 24th time, and Christian Krognes having to deal with the Audi, looming large at times in the mirrors, reaching the concrete behind the GT tyres VW Golf, and are able to dispatch with that fairly swiftly. The run up towards Hoffa Act, dealing with a bit more traffic again, and René Rast looking for his opportunity to get by. Probably doesn't want to do it at Hoffa Act, and to be honest, Flansgarten, Brunchen, Eschbach are all very high risk places to attempt an overtake. Much better to just get a good run on the BMW through Galgenkopf and down the Dottinger Hohe.
Absolutely so. The Audi did gain a little bit there through the Caracciola carousel, just because the BMW was just tucked up behind a couple of slower cars, but then he got a slightly better exit. It's just the way the cars fall at the time, but you've got to be, I would say René Rast is not in touch enough now to get that run down onto the Dottinger Hohe, which is what he needs. You said that good exit to the Galgenkopf, get that good run out down the Dottinger Hohe. To get the toe is what you need. But almost don't want it too soon, because you want to take the advantage at the end of the Dottinger Hohe, not suddenly catch up out of Galgenkopf and then sit behind. It needs to be post the kink, really. That's where you want to be, tucked in behind the car. Then you can hopefully pull out.
So the 2018 Spa 24-hour joint winner, Christian Krognes from Hamar in Norway, with the pressure on from René Rast, having to go around the outside of a Porsche Cup car there. That was the Brunagel, or formerly driven Brunagel car. I think that was the 116 Cup 2, or 114, beg your pardon, now with Nico Otto at the wheel. No, it can't be that car, because that's in the pit lane. I might go back to my estimation of 116. Tricky to tell from this kind of height, to be honest. You can hear in the background the chopper blades, so having to identify cars purely from their roof colours right now. Definitely, though, the black and the white of Valkenhorst Motorsport. And here comes the Audi for Team Phoenix, because already René Rast has picked up the toe. He was a long way back coming out of Galgenkopf, and the straight line speed of the BMW is mightily impressive, but it's gone down to 2 car lengths, 1 car length. Now he pulls out of the toe, goes to the left, goes to the right, around the outside line. And does René Rast get a good enough run? Yes, he does, to the front of the race. René Rast, spectacular to overtake that. Looked like it wasn't on as they came through Galgenkopf, but then that vacuum system off the back of the BMW hauled him in. And what can Christian Krognes offer as a response? He's now right under that very large wing of René Rast's car as they head across the start-finish line.
He's got to punch a big hole in the air with that BMW, hasn't he? The car coming out to the pit exit, that's just not too much of a problem. Has compromised very slightly. Bit of a switchback for Krognes there. He's got the inside line. I thought he got it done there because there was traffic at Tiergarten whilst René Rast got the job done there. He then went straight into traffic, as said Tiergaard, and I thought the BMW would get a run down the pit straight, but not quite enough there. I don't think this is done yet, though, Johnny.
I don't think it is either, because the BMW for me is still the faster car. The Audi got by because of the hole in the air that was being punched by the big M4. The problem is that when we end the race in 33, 34 minutes time, it will be ended by a run down the Dottinger Hohe. So it's going to be about who is behind the other car potentially, a bit like a Caterham race. Now to the left and to the right goes Christian Krognes, and trying around the outside line of the Audi.
That's
maybe
brave.
going to run out of road. There's a contact between the two of them. Now Krognes' BMW hit the gravel, which will have affected the traction out of that right-hand run, and René Rast, I think perfectly within his rights, did not give Krognes an inch of room on the exit on the Grand Prix track. But the BMW again, very quick on the approach to the Vidal chicane. Can't get the loop underneath the Audi though as they hit Sabina Smich curve.
It's all going to take place on the Hatzenbach. Can he have a go with that? Audi punches a smaller, lower little hole in the air than that big BMW. He's still got work to do. It's the other way around. The Audi has the advantage sitting behind the BMW aerodynamically. So that sheer size of that BMW has to punch through the air. But back marker in the way now. Krognes is sitting there. Can he take the opportunity? Can they go either side of it? No, they're both going to the right-hand side. I thought the Hatzenbach might play into the hands. Neither got an advantage there. Neither lost, neither gained. So he's all game on still. Going to go on to after the Hatzenbach over the narrow bit now. Really is really quite now. Just a strip of grass on the right-hand side. Either side is not much, is it? It's like a video game on steroids. Just gone nuts. BMW not quite in touch here, Johnny. But can he pull up to it? I'm not sure yet. At the moment, it's in the Audi's favour, I would say.
It's absolutely epic stuff, though, this. Classic Nürburgring Nordschleife racing. The BMW's got some poke, but I agree, it's not quite the same as the Audi right now, and he won't have helped his tyres a great deal, dropping a couple of left-side Yokohamas, as they are on the Valkenhorst BMW,
that was back on the GP
in the
circuit.
gravel track.
That's not a problem. That's cleaned off now. That's
do you
fine.
clean it off on the straights, though, or do you need to go through corners to get the dust off?
No, it can come off. I mean, the problem is it depends which side it is. You don't want to be, if it's left-hand side and you've got a right-hand turn, you don't want to be using the corner to just clean it off because the tyre's less than optimum. So, yeah, try and get it off on the straight if you can.
They obviously, tyres lose a bit of temperature on the straights. You need to be working them hard through the corners, but not overly so. And the BMW still with the Audi as they get to Adenauer Forest. This is for the 25th time. We've got a little over 30 minutes remaining on the clock, and the gap at the start of this lap was just a quarter of a second. It's not a great deal more than that for René Rast. Now, René's just trying to break the toe as much as he can, and he is rapid. I mean, I've been a massive fan of René Rast for a number of years now. Again, someone who came out of Porsche Cup racing, but then established himself as the name to be fighting with in Audis. And now he's caught behind. Now this is tricky because he's got a Cup 2 Porsche to get by. The speed differential is not that different, in fact. And Christian Krognes needed to bide his time as well to get underneath the Porsche in the same movement. He did manage it. The top two are very much together as we look forward to the closing moments of this race.
beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Jetzt Falkenreifen kaufen und Tankgutschein sichern. Weitere Informationen auf tankgutschein.falkenreifen.de. Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to take the lead of a race or to get past anybody ideally, but that huge BMW just scrolling under the brakes there. No lock-up, very definitely done by Krogni's there, but it was definitely scrolling us there, and this is where he was on the last lap. He's really, really hot on the GP circuit and the hats and back. Then it seems to fade away, and I thought last time, I was a bit careful what I said in case it was a bit of traffic, not just to misread it, but it's done almost exactly the same mirror image of the last lap. Here we are already sort of almost completing the hats and back section, heading off down towards Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz, and it's already the BMW just dropping away again. On the GP circuit, it's all over the back of Rennie Rast like a cheap suit.
So this is intense stuff on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, as they are not quite nose to tail. Certainly the BMW lives with the Audi on the twisty nature of the Grand Prix circuit, but when they get out into the sticks on the wide open throttle stuff, that more slippery Audi just seems to work a little better. And they have been working on the downforce, the way the air travels above, beneath and through the car on the Audi. Same goes for the BMW, with that very large, almost kind of nostril area of the grille, the oval, double oval shaped, and great to see in the designs of the BMW LMDH car that grille is going to be echoed in the way that the new prototype is displayed on track as well. It's going to have the styling cues, I think is the correct way of determining it.
The kidney grille, as it's called.
Kidney grille, thank you. Yeah, and that is instantly recognisable on the M4 these days. So Audi having to go right through the middle of traffic this time. Bright yellow Toyota GT86 making space, and one of the Porsche Cup cars trying to hang on to the coattails of both René Rast and Christian Krognes, but to little success because a Cup 2 car, despite its very good pace, and look at Paul Harkema up to 6th place overall, by the way, to show you how quick a Cup 2 car can go. It is not at the absolute speed that we are witnessing these top 2 cars in the overall standings going. 8:05.0 for René Rast last time around. It was an 8:05.5 for Christian Krognes. So on a 16-kilometre circuit, just half a second the difference.
Yeah, Harkema though setting an 8:17 in that car for the fastest lap of the race for a Cup 2 car. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, 8:17.
Yeah, and Christopher Brook, who I'm pretty sure Christopher's raced Bentleys in the past in the GT3 category, so he is certainly a man to be reckoned with in the when you put him in the lower classes and in inverted commas slower classes. You're really not going very slowly at all in the Cup 2 division, and we have 2 Cup 2 category Porsches represented in the top 8 right now. 6th and 8th for car 102 and 112, with Carrie Schreiner's number 2 GT3 machine positioned between them. Just a bit more of a gap emerging now. You can fit a KTM crossbow between René Rast's Audi and the BMW. And again, René knowing where his Audi is strongest, and he's just using those bits of the track to his strength. Big delay for the BMW behind the KTM as both cars were spat out from the concrete section of the carousel. And René Rast, his grin will be widening because he's well aware now that the BMW, briefly in his mirrors, because he didn't want to concentrate too much on those, was caught up behind a slower moving car exiting the concrete that time around.
Yeah, but there's going to be another 2 laps in this, isn't there?
Yes, at least. No, probably about 2 laps, yes.
Yeah.
Because we are...
Oh, Christian Krognes held up again enormously behind. I think a McGann there just... He quite rightly went one way. The McGann hesitated, so he had to hesitate as well. And it became a double whammy, and he had to almost lock up the front of that BMW, and that probably cost him... I wouldn't be sorry, that cost him half a second there straight away. Just isn't playing out the second part of the circuit. If this was on the Grand Prix track, I think the BMW would win it, because it's all over the back. He's able to manoeuvre that BMW, literally jink left and right all over the back of René Rast's Audi on the GP circuit, which is interesting as to why it's there. It can do that, and the rest of the circuit it can't, apart from a little bit of the Hatzenbach. But he's definitely got some ground to make up now. But it could fall into traffic helping them. Where are we now? We're coming down to Schwalbenschwanz, so into the right-hander that leads into a double left. And then we'll get onto that famous run of, the Galgenkopf, onto the famous Dottingerhoe for that run down there. And I've got to say, Christian Krognes got the job done. He's closed the gap up again. He's probably halved that what it was. That's been helped enormously by what I call the second carousel there. And traffic's worked completely into the BMW's favour there, and not in René Rast's Audi favour. So it's closed the gap again. So it's a possibility. He's not going to be quite close enough. They're now through Galgenkopf onto the Dottingerhoe, but he's not going to have that run yet. But he can. I think what he needs to do here, Johnny, is, I know it sounds really strange, he's not going to get the job done here, but if he can get close enough at Tiergarten, still be behind the Audi, to get that run into the first corner,
yes,
or just menace it on the GP circuit. If he can get the job done, I wonder then if he can get the job done on the GP circuit, get into the lead of the race, can the Audi then get back again?
Yeah, the BMW is the strongest bit of the circuit. You and I have worked out, I reckon, is the Grand Prix track. So this is BMW's big chance now of trying to get in front of the Audi R8 if it's close enough as they begin another lap. Good on the brakes as well, the big M4, although he leaves a couple of tram lines coming out of Tiergarten, does Christian Krognes, as he gets the right foot down and a bit too much for the traction control to deal with. So burning up those rear tyres very possibly as he exited Hohenrhein there and back across the line. But the BMW is clearly good on the brakes for these hard stops into turn one, into the cut-through hairpin and down towards the Vidal chicane as well. The Audi maybe just not quite as settled when you hurl out the anchors. Yeah, gains a lot of time as the BMW under brakes for the second bit of the Mercedes arena. So the sector time down the Dottinghoor pretty much identical. There was about a tenth gained by René Rast through the long sector, which takes the cars just over 3 minutes. 0.2 of a second gained by the German in this fight in sector 3, and 0.3 of a second in sector 2. So if the Audi can stay ahead of the BMW on this crucial bit of the Grand Prix lap, then I reckon René Rast will be able to just edge that gap in the right direction for Team Phoenix and the Audi R8 LMS. From qualifying and from the opening stint, I have to say that the 16 car didn't look like it would be in the fight today. Kubik and Maziak, though, kept things solid during his 2 stints, and I think his second stint was better than his first, and then the talent that is René Rast took over. And so far, this has been a masterclass when it comes to driving the Nürburgring full chat. Not 1 inch of a let up through Hatzenbach, even though he's having to go around some slower cars. And who is that immediately in front? It's a Toyota GT86 again, waiting for the moment to get by. He's going to have to do it around the outside in the latter stages of Hatzenbach. So next time they cross the line, there'll still be time left on the clock. But I think you're right that it's going to be a 28-lap race, therefore. And so far, the strategy from Team Phoenix is winning this for them, because they went from trailing Christian Krognes by 22 seconds into that final stop for each car to coming out just behind the BMW, gaining all that time back again. Now, just the merest of leads over Christian Krognes, timed at 0.8 of a second at the start of the lap. But Rast is 0.8 of a second again quicker through sector 2 than the BMW. I'm worried about Christian Krognes' rear tyres, because, as I say, he left 2 solid lines of Yokohama rubber coming out of Tiergarten, and that might have taken it's definitely taken some performance out of the tyres. How are they going to fare in the remaining 15 minutes is the big question.
And it just wasn't as punchy on nimble on the GP sector, was it, this time round? Which I'm surprised at.
Yeah.
But would point to exactly what you're saying, Johnny, that maybe the rear tyres have just had enough of their life out of it. I mean, how many laps have you done on this set of tyres?
Well, it wouldn't have given them any advantage to double stint them, because you don't get an advantage, unlike ACO rules racing, through double stinting tyres. So I'd imagine they would have given him a new set. But remember, it's different manufacturers. The Valkenhorst BMWs all run on the Japanese rubber, Yokohama, versus the French Michelin that is bolted to the sides of the Audi. Just going to check the stickers on the Audi to back my thoughts up, but nearly always Audi Sport going the route of Michelin. They did for 1 year spend a bit of time actually with one car on Dunlops, as they were in those days, and one car on Michelins before deciding to go the route of the French manufacturer. But that again is about, well, it's about the early phases of your stint and how respectful you are to the car and that stuff that touches the asphalt, which is so crucial to your lap times towards the end of a stint. 157.8, 157.8. So again, a middle sector completely matched and very slightly favouring the BMW, but no hope for Christian Krognes in gaining those 8/10 that he lost in Sector 2 of this lap. So at the moment, the lead margin looking like it might be doubled in the favour of René Rast. Paul Harkema, no longer leads Cup 2. He spent most of the race out front, and remember, he climbed as high as 6th position. But Harkema, having now made his 3rd and final stop, has emerged behind the Kramer car, number 112, I notice. So that's an interesting phase as well to monitor. And does Kramer have the same sort of speed as Paul Harkema? 112 doing 8:36s last time around. Harkema, well, that was an outlap, so we can't read that, but his car is capable of an 8:17 should it be required. That would mean newer tyres being bolted to the car and a slightly lighter fuel tank. Gaps possibly bigger than we've seen it before. However, have they gotten through Exmuller yet, where I do know there are yellows out, and are there even more yellows now at Brunchen?
There are for, would you believe, the 123 Müller Motorsport Porsche.
No.
It gets coverage, doesn't it? I'll say that for it.
There's one way of doing it, to get some airtime, I suppose, but they'd much sooner get the car to the end of the race and a decent result. Fairly late pit stops, I'm noticing now, for 4 of the entered Cup 3 cars. So they're obviously all needing fuel, and very much a splash and dash with 12 minutes left on the clock. Everybody down at Valkenhorst Motorsport, including Jörg Müller, is, cannot be torn away from the screens. There was a brief little wave there from the garage from Jörg, but he's a BMW man through and through, and particularly because Valkenhorst, his team, are involved, he is definitely backing Christian Krognes, willing him on to inch that little bit closer to Audi and the René Rast driven R8. Some time lost there by the German as they slotted by a Schnitzelarm Racing BMW, and more time lost, this time for Christian Krognes by the same car. So they might actually come out still level pegging in terms of pace through this 3 and a bit minute sector. 3:05 is a good one through sector 4. So what does René Rast manage? Still waiting for those times. It's now a code 60 at Wipperman. It's a 3:07.3 for Rast, 3:07.4 for Christian Krognes. So again, little bit of time eked out by the race leading Audi, and this will all count.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, will be.
Yeah, it's going to be 28 laps, isn't it? We've got 10 minutes on the clock, literally coming up now.
Also, the Caymans.
We've got a code 60 at Exmoor, I think it is, for 494. Here we have just.
And at Hedvigshoa, which is probably not very far away from Wipperman. Marshal Post 155.
Yeah.
Wipperman is 157. So yeah, Hedvigshoa between Hoa Act and Wipperman itself.
It's for car number 494 that's driven behind the wall itself. So there's a code 60 there for note. So there isn't any debris thing on the track, but there is a code 60 at that point.
494 is a Opel Astra, and I noticed the name Kern next to that, but that's not Lars Kern, who is a regular in the SP3 cars. Andre Kern, in fact, joining Tobias Jung in their Opel Astra, which runs in VT2 for the front-wheel drive cars. Through the loop on the Grand Prix track, and Christian Krognes nowhere near as close as he was just 2 laps ago to René Rast. Rast's Audi has some turf, I think, in the diffuser of that car, the rear right, something dangling from it. I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to slow him down necessarily, but indication of that grassy moment that he had, I think that was 2 laps ago as well, when he needed to go around the outside of somebody on the approach to Schwedenkreuz. So evidence of quite how far and into the country that Audi went.
Johnny, we might run to a 29th lap, you know.
What was the time, roughly speaking, as they crossed? Shorter than a lap time then,
yes.
potentially.
Longer, because it was 8:04 was the last lap for these two, and we've still got 8:04 left on the screen now, and they're already at the. Where are we? We're on the Hatzenbach, aren't they?
Yes.
So they're going to do it this lap and another, I'll look at, unless they slow the pace dramatically.
The problem is, Rast can't afford to slow the pace because Krognes will be right on him, and there's a choice. There's a choice there between slowing down to ensure that lap 28 is the final tour, but then you're potentially going to give the lead away. So I think the safer option, as long as they put enough fuel on board that number 16 Audi, will be to push around again for 29 laps. The difference, of course, though, is that there's this problem at Hoffa Act, which will slow everybody down. So we're not going to be able to do 8:04s. However, I noticed that's slowly being cleared. And has it all gone now, in fact? The little purple flashing light in the corner of the tracker is no longer there. So I think they've dealt with what was going on at Hedvig's Hoffa. Yeah, Hedvig's Hoffa.
Well, the Müller Motorsport Porsche 123 has limped to Brunchen. It's now called a yellow there, and the code's 60 still there, but that's gone at Whipperman. So I would think it's probably hit a wall at some point. So it's not had a lucky race, that Müller Motorsport entry.
Certainly not. But it is green. The whole of the track is green again now. So there is the potential for the 8:04s and 8:05s for race leader and the second place car, René Rast versus Christian Krognes. And if this pace keeps up, we will go on to another lap. And how does that appear then as far as the stint lengths are concerned? Krognes, that'll be an 8-lap stint for him. Rast, if it goes to 2 further laps, this one and one more, Rast will finish with a 7-lap stint. So there's not a concern about fuel mileage for either car. Vincent Kolb in the number 5 car pitted even later than these two, in fact, at the end of lap 23. Yes, he did, along with Patrick Assenheimer. So their stops could be even shorter. And Vincent Kolb, Patrick Assenheimer have 32 seconds between them currently. Nicholas Bourne still running in 5th place in the number 11 car. Carrie Schreiner in the number 2 car is in 6th, ahead of Ben Tuck, who's been put back into the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Remember, he started that car and is currently 7th. Then it's Janine Schaffner from the back of start Group 1 after that car paid a penalty, qualifying infringement. Paul Harkema splendidly well in the 9th placed and Cup 2 race leading 102. Then it's Maxime Dumouriez in the 17 Aston Martin from Pro Sport. And finally, Arne Hofmeister in the 107 Cup 2 car rounds out the top 11 places. Try and touch on some of the other class leaders. There was only one SP9 AM runner, and car 36 is still in the reckoning, so they are in the overall standings in 20th position, but on course for a race finish and therefore a class victory, with Jörg Breuer now retaking charge of that car after there was a middle stint from Henry Valkenhorst. Cup X topped by the birthday boy Felix von der Laden, although that car's just come into the pit lane and only has an advantage of 2 minutes and 18 seconds over the next car. But as far as Cup X is concerned, actually the Teichmann Racing Cup X car is well clear. Number 920 should therefore be on course for a race victory, which again is a nice story, bearing in mind last time out that KTM was going down to the foxhole, no driver, on fire, and at the moment they are looking on course to be taking a class win. Felix von der Laden will be returning to the racetrack, all being well, after this pit stop from 22nd place. Peering down at René Rast, who takes plenty of curb coming downhill. Well, he's further round actually, now at Brunchen, I reckon, and heading for Ice Curver. Yep, so this bit always notoriously slippery, although on a day like this it should be fine. Interesting to me that there's a racing line of basically rubber which has been going down over the course of the day, and René Rast being very careful not to stray from that. He is heading at top speed now through Flansgarten and on towards the Kleine Carousel for what we reckon will be the penultimate time. He's about to enter the final sector, which should take him about 50 seconds. And pretty sure we did start this race on time at midday. Now here's a problem. 1, 2, 3 back markers. Which side of the road is he going to go to? Caught up behind a Porsche Cup car, and surely Christian Krognes cannot be very far away now. So is that the 202 Porsche? What we really need to do is better peer out the back of René Rast's Audi to know how close the Christian Krognes BMW is. Well, any idea now that René Rast was going to back out of the throttle a little bit down the Dottinger Höhe to ensure that this would be the final lap of the race, that idea has gone out of the window. He didn't lose a great deal of time because, of course, Christian Krognes also needed to get through that traffic, and he has only done so now. The BMW looms into focus at the start of the Dottinger Höhe. BMW off in the background as well, but well controlled on the exit of Antonius Bucher. They're coming to the end of the lap, but there's still 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. We should be going round again, Peter Snowden.
Absolutely bound to be. I think it's going to be not even 1:30, is it? Oh, that's slow. Is that the RS3 Audi? It is, the TCR car. Stopped on the pit straight there. Kept it over to the left as much as possible. It's all you can do, really. Probably the best place to put it, where it's really line of sight and really obvious. But just under a minute and a half to go. We're on to the final lap. René Rast in the Audi. It is leading Christian Krognes in the Valkenhorst BMW's cars. 16 and 34 respectively. 1.9 seconds as they crossed the line. It's the biggest the gap's been for a while. Bear in mind that I'm going to say 2 or 3 laps ago, but of course that's half an hour in Nürburgring times, isn't it? 2 or 3 laps ago, it was 0.2 of a second. So it does look at the moment that the René Rast driven Audi has the legs of this BMW, but this is the final lap. This is the part of the circuit, the GP circuit as we call it, where the BMW was so much more aggressive, so much quicker than the Audi. But he's got to gain the time here now. I don't think it's in the, what are we talking, 4 or 5 car lengths at the moment. Clock is ticking down. They're going to end this lap and end this part of the GP circuit, my apologies, going on to the Nordschleife with just under 30 seconds to go. I think that's one of the M4, one of the other M4s in front of them, just about to come onto the René Rast, about to lap. That might be the BMW Junior Team car, actually, I think. So they're onto the hats and back now. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. The BMW has got past its bit of traffic, but it's nowhere near in contention. It was the GP circuit, as we said, and this part of the Nordschleife, the opening element, that the BMW had the advantage over the Audi. It doesn't seem to have it now at the moment, all things being equal, but there's a long way to go. There's another 7 odd minutes, 6.5 minutes of this lap to go yet.
And I reckon stranded on the start-finish straight, that was Atle Gulbrandsen, one of 3 Norwegians who have been entered by Moller Bill Motorsport in their 801 Audi RS3 TCR. So it's a similar car to a car that has been leading the TCR class pretty much from the off. Bear in mind, the 833 didn't even qualify, but is still leading the TCR division. For the Share of Sport Audi RS3 LMS, and Ben Leuchter at the wheel of that. His nearest rival is actually the Gulbrandsen car, so they'll be rubbing their hands that Audi elsewhere in the TCR entry have hit some strife. And the fact that that car has limped across the line and is going again, by the way, because it's just produced a sector time for the Grand Prix lap, so at least the Audi is going again. But probably not before it allowed the Lubna Motorsport Opel Astra through. 822, I reckon, will be up to second place in class now, with Lucas Walterman driving the Lubna Astra. In the background, the sound of the 5.2 litre V10, which sits in the middle of René Rast's Audi, right behind the driving position through Metzgersfeld. The car looking to be on rails at this point. The track very grippy indeed, and responding well to the fairly minimal steering input actually from René Rast. He's got a clear road in front of him. This is dreamland stuff. And Christian Krognes, well, all those involved at Valkenhorst Motorsport must be kicking themselves a little bit to have built a lead of 22 seconds and then purely on the pit stop strategy kissed goodbye to virtually all of that. That wasn't all of the hard work done by Team Phoenix by that point, of course, because René Rast then needed to find a way by the BMW, stuck with the big M4 for most of the 16 kilometres around the Nordschleife, and then realised the moment was, strike when the iron's hot, and got an incredibly good run down the Dottinger Rohr on towards Antonius Bucher. Had a look up the inside, but that was never a full-blooded manoeuvre from René Rast. He decided then to switch the car to the outside and caught Christian Krognes napping a little bit, kind of like what happened at the start of the race, actually, that we heard nothing more about. So clearly those moves, as the red lights were extinguished, were all perfectly legal. And one of the cars that got a very good getaway was this number 16 Audi, driven at the time by Kuba Gamaziak, René Rast's teammate. 29 laps. It's less frequent that we get. We force an extra lap out of these races, but that is just the quirk of NLS4, I suppose, and the fact that the pace has been kind of relentless through this. We've had code 60s, but they've often been cleared up very swiftly indeed by the marshal crew and the track staff that can get down onto the scene very swiftly indeed. And it'll mean that we'll get to 29 laps. Is there a late lead change? At the moment, Christian Krognes with a bit too much to do in the second half of this lap.
So I can't see it myself. It's a shame because it's kind of petered out this last 10-15 minutes, hasn't it? Forget the laps, the actual laps involved there, but 10-15 minutes ago it looked like this was a game on right to the very end. But you did highlight, Johnny, that about that point at the end of one of those laps into the Tiergarten, that Christian Krognes in the BMW left a set of number 11s, didn't he, basically?
He did, yeah.
And which surprised me. It looks like those rear tyres have just gone off. You highlighted it then, and I think you're absolutely spot on, Johnny. It hasn't got the traction, and the bits where the car was really good with the technical section of the GP circuit in the beginning, the Nordschleife on the Hatzenbach, and it just that potential just faded away.
Yeah. Now René Rast, focus needs to be entirely 100% on the final few corners of this lap at Brunchen. Ice Curver to come next with one more or less production Audi A3, that might have been, that the big R8 has motored by. Now the KTM Crossbow, couldn't get underneath it though there, through the right hand there at Schwabenschwanz, and maybe finds itself on the wrong side of the road. This is bringing the BMW back into the equation, but Krognes has got to get by the KTM cleanly and can't do that. Now losing exactly the same amount of time as the Audi did, and more so, I would say.
KTM just hasn't seen him. Just totally taken all the track off him there. That's cost him any chance of getting in there. I did think for a minute they were going to have a little chance of a last minute opportunity. We're only at Schwabenschwanz already, but that's taken it away. I'm afraid the KTM just did not use his mirrors there. I'm sorry.
Yep. And I'm not sure whether that was Felix von der Laden or the second placed Crossbow, but nevertheless might have been Brod Merkel. But nevertheless, I did think, okay, René Rast is being too heavily delayed here. Will this go in the favour of the BMW? But actually, the KTM treated both GT3 cars in a similar way, and that didn't really see either of them coming, and it was more costly in the end to the M4 that sits in second place. So now onto the straight line section of the Dottinger Rohr, and René Rast, really, because of that final intervention with the KTM, can stroke it home from here through Antonius Bucher, making my reading of this race look entirely inaccurate, and it's lost me a great deal of money, frankly, as well, because the BMW had a 22-second lead, but it will be Audi for the first time this year to take victory in the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. We've had wins for Porsche and BMW. Now it is Audi who hit the top with René Rast and Kuba Gamaziak taking the checkered flag. BMW have to make do with a second place finish, Christian Krognes, and a second stint done by his Finnish co-driver Sami Matti Trogan. Third place will go to Vincent Kolb, should go to Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. They've got a bit further to go yet. And whereabouts are they on the racetrack? Well, the Audi's not even reached the end of Galgenkopf yet, and therefore the start of the Dottinger Hohe, somewhere in that long fourth sector, which takes about 3 minutes to complete. But just as soon as that Audi of Vincent Kolb gets through there, we will make you aware of it. But Patrick Assenheimer and the Landgraf car about 30-odd seconds further back. Then the two Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes for Miklas Born and Kari Schreiner, respectively. And Ben Tuck, who have bookended this race in terms of his driving stints, took the start, will bring the car to the finish for the other pro-entered Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4. Ben should finish ahead of Janine Schaffner in the Get Speed Mercedes, having really to work hard this afternoon, given a penalty after qualifying, starting from the back of Group 1, and should finish as the class winner in Pro-Am. Here then to take the checkered flag is the Patrick Assenheimer-driven Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, so that will mean that Vincent Kolb has already crossed the line, although has he? Let's just check that. I don't think that was the Landgraf Mercedes, actually. That was a car further down the order. Might have been the 55 finishing, not the 55, might have been another car finishing a lap down or so. Vincent Kolb has now headed on to the Dottinger Hohe. So fairly shortly, he'll be arriving into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein to cement a podium finish, and therefore two Team Phoenix Audis onto the podium. Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler will get a sip of champagne as a result of another good run for Team Phoenix. And it does seem like they're in a rich vein of form of their season right now. Peter Snowden having taken the victory in the Nürburgring 24 hours in May, and they now will get a 1-3 finish as Kolb crosses the line in the next NLS race.
You wouldn't have thought it, would you, with the pace of that M4 BMW earlier in the season? And it just goes that pace isn't everything.
No.
And it just hasn't been converted into. They've had some victories, but they just can't seem to get it quite consistent. Talking of the M4s, I did message Dan Harper earlier as to why the M4 GT4 version of the junior team have been driving. They started 30th, and why it was running down in 105th. I think they did get back up into the top 100. I can't believe I'm going to say that. Bless him, Dan. So kind. He's replied, and his opening word is, sorry for only getting back now. He was driving a car around the Nordschleife, and I'm just like, mate, you don't need to apologise. But had a hole in the radiator, which they had to change in the pits, which is why it dropped right down the order.
Okay.
I did also ask him, he just said that the new GT4 car is such an improvement over the previous one, and I asked him in what way. He said everything, laughing, certain emoji there, smiling face, and he said no, mainly mechanical grip, electronics, everything. It's just a whole thing. It's just more pleasant to drive. Typically though, smoother, better, and therefore much more customer friendly.
Okay, well that bodes very well for future BMW customers, but they couldn't take the overall victory today because René Rast has just been greeted by a jubilant Kuba Gamaziak, who, it's going to take a long time for that grin to be wiped off Kuba's face. I think he knew they were in the fight, maybe for a podium, but René Rast really upped their challenge as soon as he took over, the 35-year-old from Minden.
We are really happy, and I would like to dedicate this win to my mom and to my girlfriend and to my whole family.
Ist glücklich, Kuba Gamaziak, der erste Sieg in der NLS, und er möchte diesen Sieg seiner Mama, seiner Familie und seiner Freundin widmen. Well done. So, wer ist René. Er hat nämlich auch ein Häkchen gesetzt. Das war quasi mit Ansage die Anreise zum Nurburgring. Das fehlte dir noch in deiner Liste. Glückwunsch.
Ja, danke. Das fehlt tatsächlich noch in meiner Liste. Und jetzt bin ich natürlich überglücklich. War ganz ein einfaches Rennen jetzt zum Schluss. Gegen den BMW hart gekämpft, aber natürlich mega happy.
Da wollte ich jetzt auch zu sprechen kommen. Es waren unfassbar coole Runden, zumindest für uns, die von außen zugeschaut haben. Wie schwierig war es wirklich, hier den BMW auf Abstand zu halten? Wir hatten so den Eindruck, dass der Audi auf den langen Geraden immer so ein bisschen Topspeed-Vorteil hatte.
Wir waren auf den Geraden definitiv ein bisschen schneller, aber der BMW ist in den langsamen Mittelstellen ein bisschen schneller gewesen. Das hat sich ein bisschen ausgeglichen. je nach Verkehr habe ich eine Lücke gehabt oder hatte keine Lücke. Aber es hat irre viel Spaß gemacht, war alles fair, hat Spaß gemacht, wie ein Sprintrennen eigentlich.
Sieg für das Scherer Sportteam Phoenix mit Nurburgring mit René Rast und beide fahren noch ihren ersten Sieg in der NLS ein. Wo ist der Mann, der gekämpft hat für Walkenhorst Motorsport? So, Sami, Christian P2 after the race, but tell me something about the last laps against René. You're not able to close the gap.
No, I mean, it was always a small gap, and I just couldn't close it. We were so...
Also er hat es in der Tat nicht geschafft, diesen Abstand, diesen kleinen Rückstand zuzufahren. Und er war wirklich nur klein, er hat alles versucht, aber ich habe es, glaube ich, gerade gehört und gesehen bei ihm mit dem Gesichtsausdruck, Rang 2 ist in Ordnung. Sami, congratulations, P2 in the end. Tell me something about your race and your stint.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a difficult one. I think we were in a very difficult position many times with the traffic and everything, but P2 in the end it's a solid result, so we can be good at it.
Die Stimmen der Zweitplatzierten von Walkenhorst im Motorsport. Übrigens Hinweis, in den sozialen Medien werden natürlich die ganzen Siegerstimmen später auch veröffentlicht. Da gab es jetzt nochmal von der Scherer-Gruppe, die ein bisschen weitergebracht hat. Die mussten durch die komplette Wechselmesse den Applaus. Und ich greife mal den Frank Stippler, der das Podium mit Rang 3 komplettiert. Keine Chance mehr, an die beiden da vorne ranzukommen, gell?
Field that did it on just one, but it's tough to do 4 hours. I'm not even sure the regulations permit that, in fact. Frank Stippler, again, looking ever the youthful driver, very experienced. I suppose he didn't do the final stint, did he? That was Vincent Kolb. But Stippler and Kolb will make the podium, and a nearly perfect result therefore for Team Phoenix. Not quite getting a 1-2, but it's a 1-3, and a big grin for Vincent Kolb as well. He's very pleased with that, finishing clearly ahead of everybody else. I mean, 30 seconds is the advantage. The 2 minutes is a bit misleading, really, because they were the first car caught in that very long code 60 and code 120 around Brunchen and Flansgarten, and I think in the 5, again, that was a car that could have won the race. They fell on the wrong side of various incidents, Noe.
It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? It's
sometimes, yeah.
Our colleague Bruce that covers us so often just says that the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, it giveth and it taketh. It's one of his favourite phrases, and it's so apt as well. And that was just pure bad luck. Just the way it goes. Nothing wrong. No strategy errors. No driver errors. It's just the way it falls.
And a great result then for Audi fans, but BMW should be happy with that as well, in that at least it's better than the 24 hours. They do get a car on the podium. I think they definitely deserved one during the May weekend. They certainly deserve to get a BMW on the podium today as well. And in the end, Christian Krognes falling 4 and a bit seconds short. But René Rast, in a sense, was sort of playing with him in the closing stages, because he got his head down, and a René Rast on form is usually unmatchable. And that overtake at the end of the Dottinger Hoor will live long with me, because he had to have, in his mind, he needed to know he was going to go left, probably the door would be closed, so then he needed an option around the outside. Some of that is just organic, and you have to just react to the situation as it unfolds. But it's that ability to just think a step ahead of the guy you were trying to overtake.
Exactly so, and it's interesting to think about the differences of our reactions when that was taking place, because my view was it wasn't going to, it was too early, don't make it, don't do it, don't commit to it, it's not worth it, and you were just going with it, and that's exactly what he did around the outside. Phoenix, well, Phoenix rises from the ashes, and they appear to have done exactly that this season, don't they?
Yes. Yeah, after a tough opening couple of races, they would not necessarily the quickest car during the 24 hours managed to win that, and today a 1-3 finish For Rene Rast, Kuba Gamaziak in the 16, Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler finished third, sandwiched between them Christy Krognes and Sami Matti Trogan in the second place BMW M4 from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Then it was Luki Treffs, Patrick Assenheimer, Julian Apostolos in the 55 Mercedes ahead of Markowitz and Born, Miklas Born starting and finishing the number 11 Mercedes. That's a good result for that crew. And the number 2 Mercedes of Kari Schreiner and Peter Terting finishing in the top 6. The Cup 2 win, that was frenetic from start to finish. Won in the end by the 102 car and a great drive from Paul Harkema. That draws to a close our coverage on RS1 of NLS4. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. And don't forget that NLS5 is next month. We will have full coverage of the Rover 6 Stunden ADAC Ruhr-Pokalrennen, the 6-hour race on the 9th of July. You can join Peter Snowden, who's been with me today, and Bruce Jones for that in a few weeks' time. Bye-bye.